Uy. Oh. O, no nie. No nie. Hold on. Whoa. Oh. Top chat. No, that's wrong. Top chat is wrong. Hello, Greater Rain. How are you? Today is a lot of things. There's gonna be a whole speech by Trump about his first 100 days. I'm sure it's gonna be amazing, which is why we're gonna watch it. I am looking forward to this amazing event. Work usually leaves me tired and sad. Well, hold on. What day is it today? Oh, Tuesday. Why does work leave you tired and sad? Well, that's a stupid question. I actually know perfectly well why. That's because I felt the same countless times. Countless times I felt the same. Oh, it's Bleach. I've been watching Bleach lately. Did you know this about me? Did you know my secret? Oh, it's Ligu Ligu. Ligu Gigu. Look at this. Ligu Igu. It wasn't much of a secret. Poland's craziest pro-lifer. Oh, yeah. I'm gonna have to talk about this. Poland's far-right Grzegorz Braun holds a doctor hostage in a failed protest while police watch. I cannot believe that this person covered the topic before me. Oh well. Grzegorz Braun, though, is so much more than just a pro-lifer. Grzegorz Braun's greatness cannot be contained in such a short description. Look, it's Destiny is still winning against Vaush when it comes to the number of views, but they're close. They're close. Vaush is 7k and Destiny is 7k. Who will win this duel of wits? I even got this cute dog to close the gap. Look, I even got this cute dog to close the gap. But it doesn't seem to be working. Where are the viewers? Where are the dog lovers? That's not fair. What do I do with this dog now? He was supposed to bring in the views, but he didn't. Greater Rain, what am I supposed to do with this dog now? The longer I live, the more I think dogs are overrated. What do you mean? Dogs are not overrated or underrated. Dogs just are. Don't be mean to my dog. He threw up today. They smell. I like my dog's smell actually. Are messy. I guess. Needy. Yeah, I guess my dog is needy. Unpredictable and destructive. Wait, you just described me. Wow. Okay. I guess I'm overrated then. Because you described me to a T. Bolted and chained away to the mountains. President Sunday Prime. How many channels does he... Oh, look. Breathtaking German Shepherd. Whoa. How's the hangover? I did not have a hangover, actually. Like, at all. My head did not hurt at all. Believe it or not. I guess I did my drinking correctly. I'm a pro at this. I felt tired though the next day. I'm ready. Are you ready for the Trump speech? Oh yeah, someone will have to link it, and that someone will have to be Graderain probably. Then we will continue watching the debate. Destiny versus Asmongold? What? Did I miss something? Did I miss a new debate of Destiny versus Asmongold? Hold on, I have to switch the sound to away from the TV. Was there a thing? Was there a new thing? Also, what's wrong with his beard?
Whole lot more drama, etc. But again, and I can almost guarantee you, Destiny is never going to actually address what I said. He's
Uh-oh. 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 I mean, I can say that about Destiny. Is that the key? Is the hubby? Is that the key to getting my husband's attention? I have to say, I bet Destiny will never address anything that I say here. He's not gonna address even a single one of my 1 billion points. I'm gonna be repeating this throughout the video and see if I get any react. And then the DGG will descend upon me. Freshly punched face. Hello, fake Alec File Parker. Oh wow. Do I have a punchable face?
What? They're doing this thing with like these deportations.
You know what I would have said if somebody ever made a video and said, you know what, I bet Lucy will never address anything I'm saying here. I would have just listened to it and I would have said, you're right, I won't. I wanted to, but now I definitely won't. And then I would have clicked off. You know? If somebody would want me not to react to what they say so bad, then who would I be to not oblige, right? Isn't this like kindergarten level reverse psychology? I bet you're not going to do X. Oh yeah? We'll show you. I'm totally gonna do X, you know? You know what I mean? I feel like I'm taking double the hormones, but it doesn't matter. Double the hormones, double the fall.
Where they bring in like celebrities to deport people, and it made me wonder, what is the probability that Tom Homan would let me go with him dressed up as Ash Ketchum with watching them do deportations? Like, I feel like it's probably at least 5% chance, right? Like, I think I think we're at a 5 to 10% chance that this could happen. Yeah, exactly. That'd be really good content. It would be. And, yeah, probably not going to happen, though, but it would be fucking...
Biggest political streamer. Also biggest streamer on Twitch, period. Amazing.
Funny. For the love of God, you must try. Yeah, it'd be fucking hilarious. Don't let fascists adjacent people who celebrate arbitrary and malicious firing of federal employees who say that gleefully. So Destiny is mad. So this is what's happened with Destiny, and I don't want to give this a whole lot of attention, but like or talk about it a whole lot. But basically, Destiny has gone back and forth about this over and over, and he made a joke about like how I would defend JD Vance having sex with like my dead mother or something like that.
True.
Just like a weird comment, unhinged comment, etc. And so, like, this is what I said, and this is what I think a lot of Destiny's community needs to understand. No, he actually did. Listen, is to get a better deal. Yeah.
Real-time processing.
Of course he's going back on the tariffs because these people are coming to the table to negotiate with them.
Of course he's going back on his deals. Of course he's going back. Oh, God. The flip-flop is so crazy, dude.
Tariffs were...
I can imagine.
No, they wouldn't. Asmund Slot would absolutely 100% defend
So
it.
because they wouldn't start with like
Asmund Slop? Wow. Damn. The infighting within the echelons of stream political commentary. Wow, I cannot believe. Oh no. Oh no. The big streamers are fighting. Although, you know what? Compared to Asmongold, Destiny's not even that big. Oh boy. Isn't that sad? Isn't it a sad state of affairs? You tell me if you're saddened a little bit. How is everybody doing? Are you feeling good? That I've randomly found this gem of a video. Why are you feeling like this, Greater Rain?
you know, and Joe Blow, right?
Also, Asmongold already debated Destiny once. With Serbo, also fuck Destiny. I mean, are you saying what you just said does not apply to Asmongold?
Start with someone that became a citizen from whatever reason. Like
They
came-
always find a way to recode whatever is being stated. They always find a way to recode it into a way that's acceptable. He could come across JD Vance, his mom's corpse, and JD Vance could say, well, it's a made in America fleshlight, and Asmongold would defend it. That's how completely debased these subhuman
What? What? Oh, why do those? Why? What? What the hell? Oh my god. Why do they always come up with such bizarre Oh, I don't know. I'm just throwing shade this evening at me. I wish Asmongold and Lucy would trade your accounts. Maybe then America would have a chance. True. It's true. I even play Final Fantasy XIV just like Asmongold. And I wasn't carried through my runs. Got 'em. Bam. I wasn't carried through my clears. Okay? I was not carried.
Users are. Literally.
I frustrated you as a concept and then at you too. Wait, when did you frustrate at me twice? Wait, hold on. When did you frustrate at me? You're not destructive though, or unpredictable. I'm pretty destructive and I'm pretty unpredictable. I can be pretty unpredictable.
So the thing is with Destiny and saying stuff like this, right? And I want to let you guys know that, like, I don't really take this very personally. My mom wouldn't have given a fuck about this. Like, I don't, it's not like I'm offended or upset by this at all. It's just being an idiot. But the point is that Destiny, and I think this is what a lot of this community does, is that they justify anything bad that Destiny does. And any, like, whether it's...
I mean, that is true, but I hate to be that person, but that goes for you too, Asmongold, okay? Your community excuses everything bad that you do, so what? Do you think you have a leg to stand on in that regard? You think your community does not excuse...
The sex pest allegations... The
the sex pest allegations. Oops. The roosters have come back to roast or boost or deuced. I don't know. I feel like I'm doing drama almost watching this. This is so silly. Oh my god.
So I like how... Let me just say as a quick thing, okay? I think...
Oh no, the sex pest thing. How did he get out of this one? How will Destiny get out of this pickle? Okay. Maybe I'll play Terraria while doing things. Yes, this is the day where hold on, I have to set up Terraria so that we can play it as we react to various things of the day. We're gonna be reacting to Trump, doing a summary of 100 days of his rule. Unable to sync. Warning, Steam was unable to sync your Terraria saves with Steam Cloud. Wait, I never played Terraria. What do you mean sync your Terraria saves with Steam Cloud? What? I don't have any saves. I've been watching the podcast The Necessary Conversation, where a family split ideologically talks politics and the dad is the most Trump brainwashed person I've seen. Wow. If only we could watch this on stream, we would, and I would laugh. Okay, I would laugh so hard that I would look like a bard. A bard! Oh, I can play this in Polish. Do you want me to play Terraria in Polish? Is that what you want me to do? Is this what you crave? Terraria in Polish? Is this the gameplay that you did not even know that you needed what you deserved? Write in the chat if you want this. Or better yet, vote with your wallets. That'll help me even more. Oh, I have to check something on my phone. Yeah. You can play it in Polish, so... Wait, I can react to it on YouTube? You really? We can do a react of that? No way. I sent a short. Oh, a short. Isn't Poland a communist country? That's woke. Yeah, Poland is communist. Poland is more communist than your mom. Also, we're watching Asmongold and Destiny go at it. Okay, we're watching Destiny, and then we're gonna watch Trump. Wait, is it okay for me to watch it though? Or is the stream gonna get killed? That's the question. Is it okay for me to watch it? I don't know. My mom is pretty communist. Yeah, but you know, doesn't stand a chance against Poland. He's Chinese. Yeah, but Poland is Polish. Poland is pretty Polish. Is Poland really more communist than China? Of course. Poland invented communism. Karol Marx was secretly Polish. And Rosa Luxemburg was actually Polish. Polish Jewish. I would think it's like reacting to anything else. Polska, yes, yes, yes. Okay, I'm gonna learn how to play this game a little bit. I hope this game, you know, is a good game and supports controller. Otherwise, we might have to quit. Oh wait, it's loud. Just so you know, it was Greater Rain that recommended to me to play this game. Does! Alright. Perfect. Wait, why can't I use it then? Why can't I use the controller? Okay, if it does... Why is this game so loud? We have to listen to videos while playing this. Hey, maybe we have to quit the game. We have to properties, controller, use, enable Steam input. Okay, and now we're gonna play. If you like what I do, if you have liked my deep political commentary so far tonight, then why don't you consider donating or subscribing, because I am a deep political commentator. I am a deep political commentator. Oh, it's working. Wait, why is it so quiet now? I think I know why. Hold on, I think I know why. Now it works. Okay, now it works with my... Okay, I was worrying for a little moment that... Okay, that's good. No, it was just... It started working with my microphone software. Because my microphone has a built-in software. Okay. One player. Choose player, new player. Lucy Hazel. Lucy Hazel. Invite? I'm gonna play it solo. What do you mean? I have to learn how to even play it. Like you had that is not a good habit that you have, that you don't even let me learn to play a game and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna carry you in this game. You know that destroys the pleasure of playing games if you cannot learn how to play, and then you're like, yeah, I'm just gonna hop in, I'm gonna carry you, and I'm like, okay, what's even the point then, you know? Plus I have to react to stuff. This is my game to play in the background. Eye color? Oh. Red. I'm learning. Okay, what now? Okay, I have no clue what to do in this game. Yeah, no viz new. I cannot believe I'm being invited to... I cannot play multiplayer right off the bat without knowing how to play. Plus I have to react to stuff. Doing multiplayer while doing these two things would be too much for me at the moment. It would overtax my poor brain. Who is this? What am I supposed to do? What the hell? What do I do? You cannot jump in this game? There's no jumping in this game? You can jump in Minecraft. Oh yeah, I like games to just tell you the controls and not be like, oh yeah, here's game. Just figure it all out. Oh my god, the jump is in such a... Oh my god, the jump button is so horrible in this game. Oh no. They could not have chosen a worse... I've never seen a jump button so badly placed. Hold on. How do I... You know who else played this game? Vaush. When debating Ukraine, I think. Moho was in such a shock that Poland is more communist than... Yeah, how do I go into the menus even? Where's the inventory menu? Oh my gosh, I get to stab people. I didn't know countries that are evil existed. Poland exists. Poland, Israel. Do you even play this with a controller, Greater? Oh. What the hell? Oh, with a controller? I also didn't think this was a game that you could beat. I thought this was like Minecraft, just endlessly play. There is no menu. Oh, I can kill animals. And kill small, cute little animals. Wow, okay, that game is pretty cool. I'm gonna build a wall of flesh right here from animals. From little innocent bunnies and stuff. Oh gosh. What the hell was that voice? Was that me? I'm gonna piss everybody off and I'm gonna say this game is not very fun. I don't even know how to enter the menus. Worst video game take ever? I mean, you know, I have to build my vouch like rep. Wait, you said that Pathologic was not good. You're gonna tell me about video game takes? Oh, this is how you go to the menus. What did I even want from the Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, right. Controls. Interact. Whatever. And this isn't? This also is a snooze fest. If Pathologic was a snooze fest, then so is this. What do you mean? You know what wasn't a snooze fest? Tall War Three Kingdoms. It's like Minecraft, exactly. Exactly. It's like Minecraft. So a snooze fest. How do I build stuff? Where's my life? Oh yeah, there it is. Just because you're starting out, the start is slow. There's boss and stuff to fight later. It gets pretty fast paced. How do I build stuff? You build stuff in this game, right? If it's like Minecraft. I gotta be able to build something, right? Oh, there you go. Tworzenie. Oh. Okay, what do I do with this? What do I do with this? Oh, I can build more stuff now. What does the table do? Wait, hold on. I don't have to actually use it. All I have to do is be near it. How do I put it on? Is it on? What the hell? Am I about to die? How do you heal in this game? Can you pause this game? Or is that impossible? Oh, I died. Oh wait, I have to... Hold on. This game annoys me. Should be a tutorial or something. Hold on. What do I want? Oh yeah. I want... Yes, I want to play it in a window. Oh, I left. Okay, let's watch some more. Did the thing begin? All right. I have to watch the Destiny thing versus Asmongold. You want a tutorial? Here's one. A video? Isn't there a tutorial in game? Oh, good games have tutorials in game, okay? Crappy games don't have tutorials in game. I better not say this because there are many games I like that don't have tutorials in game. But you know what? My point stands, sort of, kind of. Does everybody... There's the guy you couldn't protect. Yeah, I couldn't because I don't know how to play the game because the game wouldn't teach me. It might? Destiny, the woke feminazi versus Asmongold, the everyman's non-political guy. True. So I guess we're rooting for Asmongold. All right. My gosh. All right. Well, let's see if it has a tutorial in game. What is the... There is no tutorial in game. There is no tutorial in game.
I think I said this at the beginning of the stream, okay? If you think I've done something wrong, or if you think I haven't done something wrong, then just stand on that. I don't give a fuck if you agree or disagree with some particular thing, or if you think I...
You've done something wrong, Steven. You've done something wrong, and I stand on it, whatever that means. Okay? I stand on the fact that you've done something wrong. What now? You're gonna debate me, Steven? You're gonna debate me? Even though I'm so small? I'm a small creator, okay? Debate me. Isn't that right? Fake Alec Cal Parker. Make it happen, fake Alec Cal Parker. You're my manager. DM Destiny. Do it, fake Alec Cal Parker. You are my assistant. DM Destiny. Tell him. Challenge. You know.
Guilty or not guilty or whatever, something.
You're
That's fine.
guilty.
But don't sit here and act like you're some nice person because you're not bringing up a thing because of my comments on you. If you think
I'm
I've
a
done
nice
something,
person.
then say it. It's not going to change how I treat you. And if you think I haven't,
I'm
then
nice.
stand by that, regardless of what I say, right? This idea that he was some magnanimous, some great person who was showing me some kind of grace, even though he, by the way, already said, he'd already made comments about this in the past when I was mean to him. This type of like trading favor is so fucking cringe. It's so cringe. And also, who the fuck in my community is justifying anything? What are you talking about? There was a huge schism in my community, all of this. It took me, I think, like 2 days ago, I finally am posting positive subscriber numbers again. What are you talking about? Like, what? Also,
What?
and then I also like how we're mixing in that that thing that's not really related to politics with like being mean to people politically. Like, they'll justify anything Destiny does. What was the
Oh my god, is this how Destiny actually is going to approach the whole sex pest thing, that bad thing. Is this how it's gonna be? That bad thing? Oh my god, that bad thing, I love it. Oh. Asmongold is unfairly adding that bad thing to criticizing me. Oh no. Also link the Trump thing. Who are you asking? I hope my dog will not vomit tonight. Incub. Oh.
Anything we're talking about here, he made a mean joke about me.
A mean
Okay.
joke.
The lawsuit for revenge porn,
Aw.
weird tweets about like people, like I don't even want to get into the details with that.
Oh.
You know, him saying that stuff about the guy that got shot
Like, not all of these things are the same. You realize that, right?
at the Trump assassination
I
rally.
mean, he never
him
said
saying
it, they
bad
were.
stuff about the kid that got put up there to make an honorary Secret Service member. Him saying stuff like this, etc. I think that a lot of his community tries to defend, and they say it's okay that Destiny does this because he's actively working and advocating for a worldview that we think is good. So it's basically like the ends justify
is-
the means.
Not really. It's more
That
that
is how
there's a lot of
people-
social value being able to laugh at certain people. That's why they do it. And you guys have set the rules that apparently you can laugh at anything. Comedy's legal again, right? That's what we said. This double standard of we can laugh at and joke about anything we want, and that Asmongold can sit here and make jokes about being in a Pikachu costume and watching people getting deported, or is laughing at and joking about all these federal employees getting fired and how gleefully happy he is that they're losing their jobs. But then if somebody makes a joke about him, well, on the other side, you see what's happened is they're just so disgusting with the jokes. Like, bro, you can't pick and choose here. I'm sorry. It's either all okay or it's not okay. Don't be a fucking baby bitch about it, all right?
I mean,
And the problem with him doing that is that I think when an average person hears this and they see him saying this, it actively damages any cause.
And listen to the concern trolling here. Well, the reason why I actually think this is bad is because I think it's hurting his side. Like, if that was the case, then why the fuck would you say anything at all? Don't you want my side to be hurt more? Like, what is this weird? Cause, like, I just think that it's not good because on his side, it's just going to look bad. Like, what?
That he's trying to promote.
I
And
think both of them are acting pretty pathetic if you asking me. Isn't your favorite food spaghetti with Old Bay? Yeah, I do like spaghetti and I do like Old Bay. What's wrong with Old Bay? What's wrong with spaghetti? What's wrong with spaghetti with Old Bay? So yes,
you can even
like this this from my perspective, this just looks silly, okay? Like Destiny's being, oh yeah, I might have done those bad things, but you know what? Asmongold has done those bad things, and comedy's legal, and it's all funny. No, nothing matters, and it's cool. Like, okay. Hello, Lucy. What are we reacting to today? We are reacting to Destiny and Asmongold fighting one another. And then we're going to be watching a Trump speech on his first 100 days. Then I'm going to be doing a recap of what's been happening with Trump and Ukraine. I'm going to be doing some news. And I'm going to be honest. For some time now, the moment the United States officials, including Trump, hinted at maybe walking away from negotiations, I knew that the negotiations are not, they might be doomed. Hi Lucy, glad to see you back. Hello, thank you Jordan. Wait, what do you mean glad to see you back? I was gone? Oh, to Asmongold doing silly comedy, gotcha. Well, more to Asmongold having a beef with Destiny. The last couple of years. What is Lucy doing? I just remembered something unpleasant. What do you mean, what am I doing? What is that practical visual effect like with dummies and makeup and stuff? Or is that digital creation or explosion? Wait, what? Alright, let's unpause. Wait, you did CGI for Disney? Incube, are you on the Giggle Cord? Are you on the Giggle Cord? 2 years ago. Are you on the Discord? Incube? The Giggle Cord. The Discord. My Discord. Nope. Incube? Are you on the Discord at all? Hmm? I didn't know you had one for my defense. I link it in the description of all my videos. And streams for that matter. Beef? More like cook fight. Got 'em. Back from the debauchery of last night. Who knows? Maybe we'll need to crack open the bottle again. No, I'm not drinking tonight. I don't read descriptions. No! Incube! Alright, let's continue.
See him, he's not really, would
But
defend...
Asmongold is like, oh, I love it when people get deported. I'm gonna be Ash from Pokemon. And also, Jesus. Also, all protesters should be arrested because they inconvenience others. I'm sorry, I'll do better. Thank you. Thank you so much. You are a nice person. You are a good person. It was Greater Rain? What did Greater Rain do? Okay, let's...
Trump executing U.S. citizens for arbitrary reasons if he started doing it. And so this is just basically Destiny creates a false narrative. He creates a hypothetical situation.
We're not creating a false narrative, though. The whole impetus for this clip was you saying that, of course, Donald Trump rescinded the tariffs because it was a great negotiating tactic a day after you had said that the tariffs were really good.
Oh my god. Also, wait, hold on. Asmongold's just a Trumper now, right? Is Asmongold just a Trumper? That's so pathetic. Like, he used to be a Trumper in 2016, then he sort of moved away from it, and now he's back to being a total Trumper. I hold my liquor well? What do you mean? In what sense? I got very drunk. So I don't know if I hold it well. I would say that I'm the opposite of holding my liquor well. I've never done anything cool like working for Disney. We have to DM you in Kub. We're gonna have to talk. Cool. Wait, do you do animation? CGI animation? Gonna have to talk cooperation, okay?
That's the joke. The joke is that you guys will defend literally contrary positions from one day to the next.
Yes, I do. I was trained in 3D animation. Oh my god, we have to talk cooperation in Kub. You have to DM me. Are we friends on Discord? Okay, now I just have to recommend to you to watch Asmongold's animation. Asmongold gets political. Check that out when you're in a bad mood. Oh no. You seemed morally unaffected. That's because, okay, there's a thing that somebody told me years ago, my friend, about alcohol and how people act, okay? I used to be super scared many years ago that if I got drunk I'd become weird, that there would be like this some part of me that would be acting in a very bizarre way. And I had a friend that told me that alcohol doesn't really change you, it just brings out what's already in you. If that makes sense. So if somebody acts horribly under the influence of alcohol, then you know, maybe just something there. I'd be down to talk about union efforts in the Canadian VFX and game industry. Oh no, I was more talking about me and you talking about doing CGI for projects. But yeah, we could talk on stream. Yeah, I can see that. That is so cool. Okay. Alright. We're gonna be so talking about politics tonight. It's gonna be awesome. Isn't that right, everyone? Isn't that right, everybody? I'm down to add you and talk about it in DMs. Thank you. Let's do it.
because there's no other way to defend the incoherent actions of this administration.
And that didn't happen, hasn't happened, and probably won't happen.
It hasn't happened yet, but if we get to that part, you'll defend it because all of the things in the past that I said would happen have happened. The administration has gotten more unhinged. When they did start deporting people, you did fucking defend it. When they went after the rule of law and they started weaponizing the DOJ, you did say it was okay. When they
The infighting. Although technically speaking, they're supposedly not on the same side, but it's I don't know. I'm gonna call it big streamer infighting, okay? Hello, Emily S.
they've said that they might deport citizens who are felons. Who did I just listen to defend this day? I think this was...
Hold on. How many viewers I have? So that I don't... 12? Oh no, I'm a big streamer myself now. Oh no, no, no. I'm like a glass house throwing stones with my big audience and stuff.
Off stream. It was somebody on Pisco's stream where some guy was like, yeah, if there are U.S. citizens that are felons, maybe we should
Pisco.
deport them. This guy on one of Pisco's streams, I don't know, maybe Asman has defended that. He would in the future, guarantee it. The whole joke is that there's no line with you guys. You will defend anything. And you've demonstrated that up to this point. Anything that the administration does, you'll defend or say it's an epic meme.
In order to justify acting insane, right? He's
Acting insane, by the way, is saying...
I mean, that is true, by the way. Trumpers, from my experience, will just defend anything that the guy does. That is actually true. Like, people that support Trump support anything that he does. Even if he changes his mind every single day on that thing, okay? Tariffs, oh, they're great, they're good. Backing down from tariffs, oh no, it's just part of the deal. Going back to the same tariffs, yeah, they're good again, etc., etc. Trump voters and Trump supporters don't really have much in the name of critical thinking skills. Okay, that is actually true.
Is saying mean jokes online. Like, you've become the woke leftist now, but I understand it now, right? Because being mean and all of that has nothing to do with being mean. It's just an expression of who's in control at that particular moment in time. Who has the power, I guess, right? And in Asmongold's
What do you mean?
audience's eyes, like, he has the power right here, and he can dictate who you can be mean to and who you can't be mean to. And so that's where I guess this comes from.
Oh yeah, streamers, famously the people that have the power, just like He-Man. If you're a big streamer, you have the power. Yeah, we do need to be friends. That's right. Add me to friends, and I'll accept. In a heartbeat. I will accept your friendship in a heartbeat. Trumpers are going to support the fall of the US. Okay, I guess there is only one way to find out. I mean, they're gonna say that saboteurs or whatever led to the fall of the US and not Trump himself. Oh, okay. What? Did you send me a friend request? I don't see a friend request. You didn't send me one. What? What? That's impossible. How? What? Hold on. That makes no sense. Let me just check. How do I even change? How do I even look into that? How do I... Oh, it says friend request, friend of friends. Okay. Okay, I'm just gonna say everyone. Okay, now you can send me a friend request. Hey, now you can send me a friend request. Now it will work. Also, you should join the Discord. Let's see what Discord you're on. 4 servers, 4 mutual servers. Let's see what Discord. Let's see who you are a fan of. I will judge you by your servers. I will judge you now as a big streamer. The Shark Tank. You watch Shark 300 Station. Oh, the Quarantine Collective. You watch Brooks. But you're not on my... Oh, I cannot believe you're not on my server.
He's just made up this problem. He's basically made up a situation that justifies his own behavior. And also, you can see that in all of his...
What deep political commentary from Asmongold. I'm in your server now. Oh, nice. You have to verify yourself by typing something in the thing. Oh my god. Asmongold has such deep political commentary.
His defense of what I said about him, at no point in time is he saying that I'm wrong.
About what? I've said you're wrong about... I've said he's wrong about so many things. Wait, what? How? I don't even think I can keep track of all of the horrible legal analysis on so many different things on... Bro, we've watched...
Analysis from that is a strong claim. Saying that Asmongold does analysis is... that is a strong... That is a very strong statement from Destiny here.
Asmongold gives so many fucking retarded takes. I'm sure some
in order to do bad analysis, you have to do analysis in the first place. That I just would not... I would never describe what Asmongold does as analysis.
Up in stream today that we've seen that he's just completely fucking incorrect about. What? But okay.
Okay.
That's because he can't defend what I'm saying.
Why would I defend what you're saying? Misspoke.
I have no clue.
He knows for a fact what I'm saying is true. And the sooner his audience...
Oh my god.
That what he's saying is true. Wait, what's true?
I don't
That the terrorists were good, or what's he even referring to here?
realizes it, and they start holding him accountable for acting this way.
Oh, that I can't say mean jokes? They have to hold me accountable for saying mean jokes?
I am mean.
Again, I thought comedy was legal. What's going on here?
The sooner that he can make more tangible change and do things that are meaningful. Because right now, Destiny's burned so many bridges with so many people. You don't need to act like this. You don't want to act like this. People don't like you when you act like this.
Oh
People
my
on
god.
the right don't like it when you act like this. And most of the bridges that I burned over the firefighter stuff were people on the right. And they don't, because they don't like it when you're mean to them. But I don't want to be that person anymore who goes onto shows and is nice about these people that make the most disgusting and unhinged, Asmongold included, unhinged comments in the fucking world. But then they'll talk to like the friendly neighborhood leftist who doesn't push back on them too hard.
When clips like this hit the mainstream audience, people shit on you. And people...
I mean, you were more than a friendly neighborhood leftist. You were just You were onboarding right-wing ideas, okay? Let's be honest about that. Let's not pretend that Destiny was this, oh no, I just don't push too much. No, he was onboarding actively ideas from the right wing, okay? Come on. Let's be serious about that. Why is this game still so loud? Only to resist indignation is the realization everyone is doing the best they can. True, but okay, that is not going to reduce my indignation, okay? I'm gonna give you the worst, I'm gonna give you the most hyperbolic example ever, okay? Should I reduce if I lived in the 40s, should I have reduced my indignation because Hitler did his best to do the Holocaust? I think it's fair for me to be indignant still. Analysis from a World of Warcraft player? Get out of here. I know. Analysis from Asmongold, the famous political streamer. I mean, he is the biggest Twitch streamer, period, so a lot of people depend on Asmongold's quote-unquote analysis. Just so you know. How do I restart? Can I reset a world? No, I don't wanna. I almost deleted my character.
People shit on me for saying this too, but the difference is that I said that it was a joke and you're being serious.
Oh my god, that's great.
I seriously think that JD Vance is gonna dig up his mom's corpse and use it like a fleshlight? Or I don't understand what the serious part is here.
That's the difference. And also, I'm not going out and doing this while you're still advocating for shooting Donald Trump. And so the problem is, and that's why you had to delete the tweet, by the way. You should be lucky that you're not banned.
Wait, what tweet did I delete? Did a tweet of mine get auto-deleted? What?
Really? Like you're going out and you're advocating for the assassination of political people, and
you're defending an administration that's deporting people right now. What the fuck? Without due process. You're defending a thing right now that's happening.
You're going and chirping out about this, complaining about.
But the difference is that like when I say something mean about him, like he sees it and it's like an immediately tangible thing that he feels right away. Whereas like people getting deported, that's all the kind of like epic and memey and hilarious because it's, I don't know, it's far away. He doesn't know any immigrant people. It's just whatever.
I mean, aren't monsters created through their environment?
I guess. I don't know.
What other people are saying, you should be glad you're not banned. So the fact is, and he's going to
Asmongold's just joking.
pop off because I think that Destiny has become increasingly more unhinged. And also, before I go into this anymore, no, of course I would not support Trump assassinating and killing people for random reasons, like
Oh, hold that right there. Oh, well, he kind of qualified it for random reasons, right? Because they'll always make up a reason, but hold it here. We'll see in 6 months if Trump is still around and he started fucking killing people yet, what the excuse he gives to why on this is.
Random arbitrary reasons. Like, why would I didn't even, there were tons of things I didn't support Trump with. I didn't support him with Roe versus Wade.
Donald Trump didn't decide Roe versus Wade. Well, okay. Well, I guess.
I didn't support him with, let's see, what else? I'm trying to think about some of the other examples.
Oh my
of things that have
God.
done with
Can you
Ukraine.
What didn't you support exactly? Because I feel like I've heard Asmund
Yeah.
repeat all the Russian slop points about Ukraine.
He did,
that
yeah.
They're stealing our money, that we're wasting resources on them, that we should abandon that country because they can never win that war. What, did I miss something? Is Asmund a strong pro-Ukraine person?
No, he's
I
not.
didn't support him with like how he's approached healthcare.
Hello, Moose.
Okay.
There's been tons of things that I haven't supported him with the tariffs. I think the tariffs went way
Jak
overdue.
siemiewasz.
I think January 6th was awful.
Jak się miewasz? That's how you say it. Also, hold on. Okay. Also, you're white, Moose Watcher. Someone should help you.
Okay, the J6 thing is okay. What about the pardoning of all the J6ers? That was crazy. When he says he didn't support him with the tariffs, but I thought I just heard him give excuses for the tariffs. So I want people that don't support me like that, okay? That sounds like the best non-supporter in the world to have. I didn't support this, but I'm going to give you a good reason for why he did it?
The exemptions of letting the people out. Like, yeah, so like this isn't even, it's a completely made up reality that Destiny has created for his audience in order to justify.
I wonder if we just take a look. What do you think is in the Asmongold subreddit right now?
I don't care about
Top post. I
subreddits.
didn't believe at first that Abrego Garcia's hand tattoos were code for MS-13 until his wife censored his hand tattoos on her TikTok account. I checked her account and confirmed that it's real. 243 comments.
I mean, what are you gonna find on a Destiny subreddit? What is that supposed to tell me? Okay. Of course, Hitler had to be dispensed with, and actively hating him would help in that aim.
Dang, that was smooth. Oh, you're into pronouns, huh? Me too. Let me see/them titties. Base. She's so racist she doesn't even realize it. Fred trolls crash out Karen.
White men in charge, and they want to put people like you.
Okay,
in a-
well, do we want to look
that's
at
not
the
good to
Destiny
me.
How can you
subreddit?
even think that this is something that you should support?
Or the Cybertruck
people
goes so
with
fast.
with brown skin.
Yes, but the
are
Cybertruck is
targeted.
such a good car.
Don't you understand? You could end up in El Salvador. You could end up in El Salvador.
Wait, for
in
what?
prison.
Like for what?
For nothing, because they take innocent people. They don't give
That's
them
not
due
fair.
process.
Miss Monique, hold your hand out.
And he's got tattoos.
does that mean?
He's a member of a gang.
You're a gang member?
Bro, what is happening?
I'm still kind of caught up though. What kind of porn are they banning?
Anything having to do with sexual relations
I mean-
between a man and a woman, or a man and a man, or a woman and a woman, anything.
Who wants that though?
That's what the white Christian nationalists want. They don't want any porn.
Is it Elon?
You gotta ride in the Cybertruck.
Okay, epic. Churros. Something about boobs and porn.
We should
I
do a
guess.
thing on
Epic.
El Salvador because it's pretty bad
Asmund gets more
actually.
viewers in his alt channel than him currently. Not to mention that Asmund left his main channel because of the pressure of a really big audience back then. First of all, Zach Rar is Asmund's main channel now. He's been streaming on it for years, so I don't know why you're still calling his alt channel. Secondly, yeah, Asmund does get more viewers than me, and he gets more views on YouTube than me. He's a fucking huge person online right now. I don't know what I'm
Biggest
supposed to think
Twitch
from that,
streamer.
Epic crash out. Whoever runs the White House account should be promoted. Senator meets with deported MS-13 illegal alien in El Salvador who's never coming back. Epic, so based. That's crazy. You have all these strong criticisms for Trump, but your subreddit literally looks like the Donald 2.0. Huh. That's so great. That's so
The
weird.
Donald
That's so weird how
2.0.
that works out. Huh.
Being a weirdo, right? Just being a weirdo.
Donald.
And I don't know why
There's
he
a
does
subreddit
this.
called
And
The Donald?
I'm gonna,
Really?
As somebody who's watched Destiny for like 8 years and like on and off, I'm not a big DGGer or anything like that, but I've watched him on and off. I really think that ever since probably 2023, he's really begun to get way more unhinged, and he's become much more caustic. He's become much more personal, much more vicious, and I think Destiny is the perfect example of the old quote, if you gaze into the abyss long enough, the abyss will gaze.
There's like never, and again, this is the same thing. And I guess just everybody on the internet, I guess maybe in the world has figured this out. That you just, whatever you do, don't ever address any of the arguments on the other side, or don't ever try to figure out why, like it's always just right to the ad homs, right to the, this person is sick or this person mentally ill. Like Destiny's become way more unhinged in the past like 2 years. I wonder why. I wonder if there's anything that's happened in this country or any new or more extreme positions that Donald Trump perhaps has taken that maybe would lead to people having a more unhinged reaction. Nah, definitely not. Like there's just no way. Okay.
Back into you. I think that he spent so long fighting against what he considers to be these evil people that are conservatives or whatever, that he's become one of them. He's
like, and it's so telling, actually. This is so telling from what Asmongold's point of view is for how he views the world. I don't think conservatives are evil because they say mean things online to people. That has never been my position. That these conservatives are so bad because they say mean things.
No, it's not.
About the positions that they hold and the positions that they support.
That's a lie. That's a complete lie, okay? Come on, you've defended so many of their horrible positions. Am I supposed to now believe you ate waffles with Nick Fuentes? And there was little to no pushback against them. And now suddenly it's all about those positions. Now suddenly it's like, yeah, sure. That's cool. Destiny. I bet Destiny will never address any of the things that I'm saying. This is an incredibly surfaced analysis from Asmongold. Also why this redneck still commenting politics and not playing Oblivion. I'm pissed. True. That is true. Oh my god, Asmongold, the biggest political commentator on Twitch. Period. Bar none. Are you depressed yet?
Like the real things that happen in the real world, not who made what joke online. But I guess to Asmongold, that's all politics is whoever makes the worst joke or whatever. I think this thing you said fits in perfectly with Asmongold. What thing?
You've lost your humanity.
I know, and that's great. Honestly. And I wish that, and maybe one day, I don't know, maybe if you guys grow up a little bit, maybe you'll know this. Saying the most disgusting, horrible shit that you can in a polite tone of voice is one of the most horrible things that you can do as a human being.
True.
And the idea that just because you calmly and politely suggest that a guy that tried to overthrow the republic ought to be president, and that's a respectable opinion. Asma does this because he always kind of talks like this and all this, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so he pretends that like, oh, well, it's reasonable. I'm not shouting, I guess. Okay.
Doing the same things that they do. Jericho, thanks for the 10 subs. I appreciate it. And I think he's doing the same things that they do. He's acting the same way. And the only way that he can justify... It's all the same. So if somebody says something mean on one side, then their politics become identical to the other side. Thank you for that brilliant analysis.
I mean...
his bad behavior. It's like, again, I guess you can use like the metaphor of like a house of cards, where like a house of cards can't stand with one individual card. It has to be pushed up against something else, right?
What?
And that's the only way that this type of behavior can exist, is in the context of him justifying it by creating straw men of people who he disagrees with, justifying things that he thinks.
Like, we've watched so much Asmon slop and the crazy position, like I've called out like positions and things that he said that are just unhinged. I don't know where this idea comes from that I just only add on him, but okay.
They're similar. And I think that ultimately Destiny, there are a lot of things that Destiny does and says that I agree with. And again, like I'm trying not to I guess I am making this kind of personal. That's actually not true. I am kind of making this personal, but I hope he can see that the way that he's
One
made these
purple
things
chip.
personal, I think that they actively work against his goals, and he is actively making things where I think more people see what Destiny says and they see these clips and they go farther away from left-wing ideology than towards it. And
Like, this is another thing that people need to dispel this notion of as well. If somebody sees somebody, like, is mean to somebody and they 180 completely on all of their politics, and they're also, this is a huge form of, fuck, I don't want to say gaslighting, okay? But, like, it's a huge form of mental mindfuck where they're like, a person will say
Gaslighting.
something like, I used to be very on the left, but then I saw how mean the left was to some person. So then I completely changed and I'm on the right. It's like,
True.
you saw
I'm a
somebody being mean on
right-winger
one
now.
side, so you went to the side where their elected president is known for calling people names. Like, that was the most famous thing about Trump, is in the beginning, he just gave everybody a bad nickname. That's the side that you're going with? You think they don't bully? Like, what? There's always something else that's at play there. That is never an honest reaction. That's retarded as fuck.
and ultimately,
Oh.
when you're advocating for something and your behavior is causing people, and again, like, I don't know whether this is true, but I think it is. I think that when
Oh.
you're joking around about, you know, fucking somebody's dead mom, making fun of
Uh-oh.
cancer kids, these are things that average people don't like. And also, by the way, average people didn't like that I said this either. I'm also an asshole, and I'm a victim of this myself. I'm also a dickhead.
A
One of the
victim?
reasons why I always kind of like Destiny is because
Then what is his problem? Also, again, the whole summary of, like, my whole issue with everybody is just when people are mean to each other, saying mean things to each other.
I could see some qualities of myself in Destiny. So it's not like I'm somehow better than this in a lot of cases, but I recognize when I do that, and I know that it's a bad thing. And the difference is that I can look at what I'm doing and say, hey, that was over the line. I shouldn't have said that. I'm being an asshole. He can't. He's so entrenched in this mindset that conservatism is these terrible, horrible people, and he's convinced himself of this, for better or for worse, whether he's right or not. He's convinced him.
Well, isn't that kind of important, whether he's right or not? I mean, isn't it kind of important to understand what we're talking about and to know if these people are actually acting like in a genuinely horrible way, or
Himself of this so certainly that he is now justified the exact same behavior.
I hate that politics online is basically just, oh no, about saying mean things or not mean things. I hate that basically online political commentary is about either saying things that an average person agrees with or disagrees with, that it's all reduced to that it's not about looking at what's happening in politics and doing an analysis of what it means, of what is happening and how it affects people. No, it's all about either saying the things that the average Joe will agree with or won't agree with. It's just, oh my God, it's so sad. And that is how the biggest online political commentators, quote unquote, discuss politics. Being mean. Oh boy. Oh boy. I cannot believe this. Accentuate the positive and negate the negative. I mean, I think it's more than just that. I mean, it's politics, analyzing politics, talking about politics is more than just positive and negative, I think. Right? All right. I mean, like, you kind of have to identify what positive and negative is. Yeah, you have to, but it's more than just that, right? It's more than just talking about positive and negative. Plus, something that's positive in one context can be negative in another context, right? Again, USAID is an example of an organization that did good in certain contexts, but also did bad things in another context, right? And you have to be able to look at those things individually and make a determination on what's going on. It takes skills. You have to hone your skills. I try to be a political commentator. You know, it's silly. It's silly. But then again, it is what it is. It's just political streamers. Let's see if you're a Kojima coded. If you're a Kojima coded, you're going to dig into new ones. Like, this is so sad, this video that we're watching. It's what a sad example
that he's fighting against.
It's just so cringe. How long does he go on this cringe rant?
Also, I hate the word cringe, okay? I hate the word cringe now. It is so abused, overused, that it all went full circle and I hate it now. I cringe when I hear the word cringe now.
Does he, like, does Asmongold really think the only thing that I didn't like about conservatives is that they were mean, that they said mean things online? This is such an unbelievably childish way to view politics. I hate that conservatives were telling mean jokes on Twitter. That was always my problem.
That's what he's doing. And
I mean, Asmongold is a gamer bro, okay? He's not a political commentator. Why is everybody giving Asmongold so much credibility when it comes to political commentary? Oh yeah, oh that's right, it's because he has an audience. Asmongold has a big audience, and there is this bizarre belief online that if you have a big enough audience, that basically means that you run authority on everything. If a lot of people watch you, that means that your word is worth something on any topic, no matter how much you know about it. You're good to go. You have an audience. You're good. You decided to be a political commentator one day? Okay, you're a political commentator now. You've never heard of Ukraine before, but you've decided that you're gonna be commenting on war, and you're gonna be like a war correspondent, and you're just gonna be sitting there on your ass in your room, and you're gonna be doing analytics. You're gonna analyze the war. Sure, you've got a big audience. The sky's the limit, right? It's all cool. It's good. It's cool. After all, if you succeeded at streaming, that must mean that you're good to do political commentary, of course. You know what? Cringe is a byproduct of being soy. Ugh, I hate the word soy as well. Soy is like the Chad Logic word that he keeps using over and over and over again. I think actually that I think Chad Logic has like a whole little GIF that's dedicated to it. What do you think about the word Sigma? That's just a meme word. Nobody takes that seriously. But people use cringe and soy like a lot of the time seriously. Sigma is just a meme word.
I think it hurts the causes. It hurts himself. It makes his audience look bad.
Stop hurting
It
yourself.
radicalizes people for no reason. And I think it's counterproductive.
I think you have to understand that for him, politics is just another fun thing to cover, like gaming. He doesn't take it seriously and thinks you don't either. He thinks you're using it as an excuse to be I guess, maybe.
100%.
His only defense of what I said about him is
100% Asmongold does not treat
It's
politics
not even,
seriously.
though, because I don't even know if Asmongold necessarily... I don't know how this is so hard to understand. It's not that I care about making the mean jokes. It's about what the jokes represent. It's about, like, the positions that you're holding and supporting. Is that really that hard to get? What is he even talking about? Like, when he made the Pokemon trainer joke or whatever, I'm not mad that he made a joke that was kind of, like, mean about the Pokemon thing. It's the idea that you're supporting the deportation of people without due process, the mass deportation of people without due process, or the idea that you're, or that you're joking about, like, federal employees being fired for no fucking reason, that we're just dismantling these entire departments for no fucking reason. It's not the fact that the joke is mean. Like, you can say all of this without joking, and I'm still going to be about as mad about it. But...
And then also an imaginary scenario that didn't happen.
Okay.
If the only way that you can defend your actions is by saying they're doing it too, maybe you should ask yourself why that is.
Is he saying this manipulatively, or he just doesn't see it? I think he just doesn't see it. I think for him, I think he just has a very, like, one-dimensional, like, kind of like, what that one chatter said, like, politics is just kind of like a fun thing that he's, like, kind of gotten into, like, from social commentary to political commentary, and none of it is, like, that serious, and it's just, like, kind of fun, and it's all about, like, being nice or mean on the internet at the end of the day.
It's kindergarten logic, yeah. That's it. He argued at things that you said, but it's not shown in clips either. That's okay. I don't have a problem with him arguing about things that I said. That's totally okay. When would I complain about that? I don't, and also,
one purple
like,
chip. I'm never getting it.
I view this as constructive criticism. I do,
Nice.
because I view what he's doing as destructive. This is destructive.
I have to get into this game, like, calmly and without distraction, okay? Remember when invasion happened on February 24th, 2022, and you know what? Everyone's been soy about World War III, and that was cringe. Oh, come on, Vladimir, don't do this to me. Please don't do this to me. Please don't do this to me. Please don't be like that.
No, we're off topic. Yeah. Who only approaches things in bad faith? The higher and higher you held up, it would be impossible to maintain ethical standards. Oh, that's the Jordan Peterson thing, etc. And so anyway, take a stand for once in your life, bro. Stop glazing this dude. I don't... See, this is one thing that a lot of you guys don't understand about me.
See, you don't understand that I just don't give a F. You know?
Yeah.
Is that I don't care about other people in just a very general sense. And that...
I believe that. I believe it. It's not a shock to me. Wow. That is not a shocking revelation at all to me, to be quite honest with you.
means I don't care when someone's rude to me, and I don't really care when somebody's nice to me that much either. It just doesn't affect me very much. I care about what I care about. I care about myself. Like,
does this shit just drag on?
I care about myself. I believe that as well. Wow. Okay. That's true. I believe these things. That is all very well said, actually.
forever. I feel like there was a hope watching you that you could finally snap these people out of it, but it seems so hopeless. People are so retarded, not good faith. It's a combination of them.
Snap out of it. You were joining them, Destiny. I 100 believe that's so genuine from Asmongold. I mean, they're... What can I say? What can I say?
Kind of being retarded or not good faith, and then also like avoiding any of the types of confrontations that would force them to like confront their cognitive dissonance. But then on top of that, it's also that there's like this unprecedented ecosystem built now to reinforce like retarded ideas that had never existed before. So like, again, like I'm saying something is retarded, but if you're a conservative and you come watch me, it might legitimately be the first time in your entire life you ever heard somebody say the things that I'm saying, and they've gone against like...
Oh my god. So ego-driven. If you're a conservative, my ideas might be so mind-blowing, so new to you. It might be the very first time that you've heard such things in your entire life. I mean, maybe. The US is a pretty diverse landscape, and I suppose some people truly are isolated from certain ideas. But that is just very... I don't know, it's very... that is a very shocking proposition to me, to be quite honest.
17 different media consumptions, 17 different forms of media consumption that you've engaged in over the past year. So why the fuck would you believe anything that I say about a thing, right? It's immediately going to come off as, it's immediately just going to come off as like, this guy must be lying or crazy.
I mean, that depends on what you're saying, doesn't it?
Like a lidcuck or something.
Care about doing what I want to do, and I care about working in in a way that is beneficial to myself.
I believe that. I believe that you only work in a way that is beneficial to yourself. All of these are very honest, very sincere things that you're saying, Asmongold. Thank you. You're being... It's true. It's true. I don't disagree with any of this.
So when somebody says something that's incredibly offensive to me and it would make you really mad, it probably just rolls right off my back like nothing. I don't really care about this. It doesn't matter to me. It doesn't hurt my feelings. I don't even think about it 5 minutes later.
That is a problem with Asmongold being a political commentator as well. He just doesn't care about any of it, just so you know. So that is a very sad state of affairs when this sort of person is the biggest streamer on Twitch, and by extension the biggest political commentator, a person that just doesn't care, just cares about what benefits him.
So
Are the one doing math? That's different.
That's it. I don't, and also I don't think that like really getting down and fighting with what I think Destiny is, which is a porcupine, is not beneficial for me. It's not beneficial for him. Everybody loses. So why do I want to get down in the weeds and start arguing?
Oh, because I think this is when people told him to debate me. Like, he's watched a ton of my content as well. Also, that's why I say don't ever fall for this, where people are like, oh, you were so close to being able to debate him, and then this happened. No, he was never going to talk to me. And smart on him not to, because he would be completely dismantled in that conversation, and his brain would fucking explode, okay? In a polite way. Again, he's watched plenty of my content. He knows that I've had tons of conversations with people.
They've already debated in the past,
where we're all nice and polite to each other, and it's not like a scream fest or anything mean like that. So him saying that like, oh no, I wouldn't be able to do this because it would be so brutal, and Destiny would just scream the whole time, he knows that's bullshit. He's always known that's bullshit.
And fighting
they've
with
debated
somebody.
in the past. What do you do? Have they both forgotten that they've debated one another about Trump in 2016 or something? About voting for Trump?
Who's going to start?
I guess long-term memory loss. It's been a while, I guess.
Start fighting and getting personal with everything. It's not beneficial for me. It's not really a winning strategy. Even if I come out on top,
It's been 9 years.
Still going to have a bunch of barbs in me. Why do I want to do that? So the point is that I hope his community realizes that all of the way that he's been acting with this is tremendously counterproductive. This is what I wrote. A lot of people...
I mean, you could say that about Asmongold's community as well. I hope that they realize that Asmongold doing any sort of political commentary is just, yeah, he should stop. and go back to World of Warcraft.
It's also so much concern trolling. Oh my god.
Excuse deranged outbursts like this in Destiny's community because they think Destiny is fighting for a greater good that supersedes any form of accountability or decency. And you
Decency.
see comments like this, like for example with this lawsuit, etc.
Like, what is it? Like, he keeps like throwing this in. What does this have to do with anything that we're fighting about? What?
That he's involved in. You see,
What a sad fight. Yeah, Destiny is actually the bad guy. If you're too political and woke and a moralist, it will come back and people will dislike you.
people. And by the way, I've never commented on whether it's
He has. That's not true. But
true or not. I didn't even read his statements about it. It's a legal matter. It's not my it's not my purview to do this. But
I think that's why I don't like the capitalism. It just wants to use me as a memory cell.
the fact is that a lot of people have even preemptively justified it by saying, if this is what we need to deal with to fight against fascism, then it's okay. No, you don't have to deal with this. You don't have to have idols that are manipulators, sex pests, psychotic, you know, like emotional.
Damn. Throwing shade.
we do need the ones though that
We need commentators that use dead rats as alarm clocks and I don't know, wipe their gum blood on the wall, I guess. These are the biggest political streamers. Oh my gosh. Lucy, previously I thought that World of Warcraft teaches you to share equipment and build a community to defend the defeat harder raids. That's for all things that I've heard from Asmongold. Apparently not. I like how Asmongold is saying nothing. I know. But when has that not been the case when he discusses serious topics? When he discusses any topics that are even remotely serious?
that wear headphones to sleep so that cockroaches don't crawl into their ears.
Although that whole beef is not serious, so I guess my point has been rebuked.
That's how important
by
it is
me.
To ship away all of the immigrants to the United States. Thank you for your moral condemnation, Asmongold. I needed that so much.
Like, just like weirdos. Like, you don't need this person
That's not a clever or creative insult for me also. That's a thing that he's literally said on stream before.
does not need to be your avatar. And I think that Destiny was not always like this. I remember, like, I would be on the Trainwrecks podcast with Destiny every Thursday. Like, multiple times a month, I would be talking Destiny, and this never happened. We never, this kind of stuff never happened. People never acted this way. I don't know why. And I think Hassan...
And, like, that, it's so funny that he says that, too, because, again, it's so telling. I have, for people that, listen, I love all of you, and I love my new fans, okay? But for people that show up who are like, oh, yeah, like, I don't know...
Destiny has new fans? Oh, gosh. Oh, my God, Obsessive Forge. Hello. Oh, my gosh, it's been a while. It's been, like, 10 years since you've been here. Like, I think I saw you on stream last in 2001. I think that's where you were last watching this stream, in 2001. Oh gosh, it's been so long. It's been 10 years at least. At least 10, I would say. 10 years, 10 long years since you've been on this stream. It's like, oh gosh. Oh gosh. I've got a dog now. I would show you the dog, but he is asleep. And he threw up today, so I don't think he's feeling well. And also, today on a walk, it's been a very funny walk because we went past a little bit of you know, those little gardens that people have. The place where I live is like sort of semi-countryside-ish place, and there were a bunch of chickens in that garden, and he just sat down near the fence and he just watched the chicken as if he was hypnotized, just, you know, and he was drooling a little bit. So I was wondering what was going through his mind when he was observing those chickens through the fence, and they were just calmly walking around and doing their noises. I was like, oh my god, what is this dog thinking about when he's like watching them so intently, and drool just drips from time to time from his mouth? What is he planning to do? What are his intentions? You know? In pure chicken thoughts, I know, right? People that I've sent them the video, I've sent them some like photo, and a lot of people have told me that he has grown, that he's grown from last time they saw him, that he was smaller before. I don't notice this, to be honest. I don't really notice him growing. It feels to me like he is all the same. You know, I don't really register the changes in him because he's with me all the time. He follows me everywhere. So I guess for me it's just, you know, I don't really see those changes in him. If that makes sense. I should go and tomorrow and buy him some feed. Also, I have a White Forest page, just so everybody knows. So join and consider supporting your favorite streamer, which hopefully is me at this point. How many people are watching now? 8. Okay, 8 is okay enough. There's a Trump speech that we have to watch today. And there are a few things that I have to send to Carasso so that I can take the link. Hold on. There's been a few things. Oh, yeah. We're gonna cover up Polish. I'm gonna show you how Polish media addresses certain things, and you're gonna be impressed. You're gonna be so impressed with me. Oh my gosh. So yeah, hold on, I have to check something on Twitter. My Twitter. The things that I liked. Okay, like this. 90% of Ukrainians don't trust Donald Trump. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine the fact that 90% of Ukrainian people don't trust Donald Trump? Are you in shock? I'm in such a shock. Oh my god. I want to see the bit where he actually says that whatever. We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there we'll get there when we get there, okay?
Like when
Hello,
Destiny
Jack, don't do it.
became so mean, like I've never seen him do this. Bro, I used to be a trillion times meaner. I used to be so much more unhinged. The only difference though, and the reason why Asmongold doesn't remember any of it, is because back then I was generally fighting it probably would have been the wokies, or would have been like maybe even in the Gamergate days. I think I was fighting against like Anita Sarkeesian. It's because I was fighting against people that he didn't like. So in his mind, none of that was mean, because it's the power dynamic thing, right? Like, there are people that we don't like. We're in a space where both of us agree that we don't like them. Therefore, anything is permissible to say about them. I think that's as simple as it is. And I think that's it.
Is more like this now. Maybe I'm even more like this now. Everybody just needs to chill the fuck out, man.
What a weird opinion. Everybody just needs to chill out.
What are you doing saying?
What a... All things considered, I'm not a big user of that phrase, but what a privileged thing to say, actually. We all just need to chill out. Chillax. Everything's cool. Just chill out.
This.
And it's like, this is like, everybody just needs to calm down, bro. It's like, it's just like, we're all just so wacky and wild right now. And it's like, no, that's not the state of this country right now, is that everything is just like wacky and wild. The reality is like, people's lives are being destroyed in unbelievable.
I mean, not just in the US, I'd say in the world. He isn't wrong. Everybody be panicking and all that. Yeah, you know, how silly of those wacky Ukrainian people, for example, to be just panicking because, you know, their city is getting bombed every single day and they might die at any moment. Oh, just chillax, okay? Chill out, dude. Oh, God. Why can't you just chill? Oh, the tensions between India and Pakistan are growing. You'll just chill out. Chill.
Unbelievable ways, and people like you are standing by and cheerleading it. The issue that we're having right now in this country is not that some people are being mean. It's that there are insane things that are being supported by Americans that I never would have in my...
Oh, Trump has signed more anti-trans laws than any president in the past. Just chillax, trans people. Chill out. We're gonna get into that, by the way.
Entire life thought would have supported this stuff. But that's just never, you never even addressed it.
Domestically, well, domestically, Trump has pushed more anti-trans laws than any president in the past. Should I just relax about that? Should I just chill out? Those things don't even directly affect me, but I still feel pretty, you know, not relaxed about it.
No call out for that at all. It's just, but when somebody says something mean about him online, now it's like, we need to go on a whole tirade about this. Like, seriously? Okay.
Really, just take a step back and think, what the fuck are you doing? It's crazy. It's not, you're noticing it finally? Well, I mean, I did.
Well, what about Trump gutting social welfare in the US? Is that also a thing that people should just relax about? Chill out? Or are people panicking too much about their checks not coming in? What about the deportation thing? Should people just relax about that as well?
So, the reason why is that I sent a photo to a friend of mine. You can probably guess who the friend is of who I sent the photo to. It was this one, right? I sent this photo to him the other day.
Chillax, Lucy. Dictatorship in the US is going to be so sneezy.
Are we supposed to know, or does that matter? Who was the friend?
The deportation is in fact something to be extremely unchill about. Yeah, I know. Okay, when people DM me saying, hey, I'm nervous that this thing might affect me, you know? So wild. Like a little baby being deported. Like that's even though the baby is a citizen as well. We're supposed to just chill? When that's like the Trump wanting to, Trump wanting to get rid of one of the best things that the US has going for it. The fact that if somebody is born in the US, they are a citizen. That Trump wanted to dismantle that. Like, that's due process for every person in the country, just gone, poof, overnight. Relax, will you? Relax. Will you just relax about? We should talk about the deportation things a little bit more, because I feel like I'm not talking about that enough. Do you have thoughts? Obsessive Forge, would you like to call in and talk to me about it at any point? I feel like you have thoughts about many things domestically. I feel like you could give some input. How do you feel about all the anti-trans laws that are happening? Apparently more than any president in the past. It's just, I mainly focus on Trump's dealings with Ukraine, but there's just so many things to be talking about. I certainly have thoughts. I should collect them and we can talk sometime. Perfect. We should talk. I think the last time we've talked on stream was, and correct me if I'm mistaken, it was when we were doing that charity stream for a trans organization when I was playing that game, that Harry Potter game, Hogwarts Legacy, I think. Which, by the way, looking back, we've actually gathered quite a lot of money in just a few short days. We've gathered $1,000 for a trans organization, which, considering the size of this little community, is pretty damn impressive. It's pretty impressive looking back that we were able to gather that $1,000, meet the goal. I think we might even passed it. And the anti-trans stuff is extremely scary and is raising the temperature across the board. Yeah, it was a divisive choice, but I stand by it. You mean playing the game? I mean, it worked out very well in the end. Oh, I think we did it for a Polish org. I think we did it for a Polish org, if I remember correctly. Did we? We gathered like $1,000. That was pretty cool. We should do something like that more. What did the baby were truly the citizen? Did the baby truly love TS country? So many questions hadn't been answered. J.K. Rowling continues to be an embarrassing nightmare. I know. Apparently J.K. Rowling has switched her sights a little bit and has decided to go after asexual people for some bizarre reason. I have no clue. It's just so out of nowhere, out of left field. Now J.K. Rowling targets asexual people. I'm like, what? What? What have they done to her? I mean, what has anybody done to her, to be fair? But that is so random. What did asexual people do to her? You suddenly be on the radar. Oh boy. The Malden JK house is getting stronger. I feel like we should do a little bit of we should do a fundraising stream for excavators. What do you think? When is J.K. Rowling writing her first good book instead of complaining about trans people all day? Never. Maybe she should write another crazy book under a pen name. She's gonna work her way backwards into every possible reactionary position. I know. And then she's gonna choose a pseudonym and write a completely bigoted book under it. And then everybody will learn that it was her.
Because I had seen it and I was like, you know, everybody used to be able to get along and, you know, disagree and things were fine and everything was okay. But then over time, things got more and more radical. They got more and more extreme and they got more and more serious. And it's been...
Yeah, that's you guys. Like, yes, Donald Trump is...
Damn, politics being serious. Imagine that. Imagine treating something that affects the lives of millions seriously. Couldn't be me. Why can't we just chill and get along in our disagreements when we make a bunch of money because we're really big streamers? Oh boy.
Got like 16 different fucking TROs against him saying the government is so out of control. All the courts have had to step in and say, stop. You can't do...
Oh yeah, judges are being arrested. That's cool. Judges are being arrested for for stepping out of line. Miss Rowling is on Tom Ridley's side. I love how Trump... Well, not Trump. I love how Putin was basically saying, the West is persecuting J.K. Rowling, therefore I have to invade Ukraine. Because the transes are getting too far.
Deport people without due process. You can't have...
It's like Tucker Carlson when he said that Ukraine has embraced transgenderism. I'm like, okay, sure, of course it did.
Quid pro quo. You can't use your DOJ to go after the mayor of New York City to cut a deal with him to support your...
Yeah, no. Yeah, so the thing about the three branches of government in the US. Also, I think like even the Supreme Court decisions are being ignored now. Probably should look into that as well. To be fair, they are only arrested because they broke the law. No one is above the law. Yeah, they broke the law by doing their jobs.
Immigration policy. You can't start targeting...
The executive branch is generally checked by the other two in theory. Yeah, in theory you have this very sort of fundamental rule of how democratic governments are structured, so that you have those three branches that to make sure that none of them gains updated. It's technically speaking, it's the same in Poland. It's called like the division of governorship.
Law firms with executive orders. You can't start... you can't just unilaterally shutter entire government departments because you don't like them. Like, yes, but in Asmongold's mind, none of that is extreme.
I still cannot get over the fact that Dodge fired people responsible for maintaining nuclear arsenal.
None of that is extreme. The extreme thing is people on the left have gotten way more mad about things. Wow.
If the president just ignores the Supreme Court and Congress is so gridlocked as to be impotent, we have a dictatorship. I mean, we are getting there. You're certainly getting there. Better be careful about what you say. You might end up in El Salvador. Like, what about Trump deciding that he'll go into universities and investigate every single department and see if they're teaching anti-American things or not, whatever anti-American means? I think we are there. Well, that is unfortunate. No, she misdirected ICE to let an illegal escape knowingly. That is breaking federal law. Not her job to do that. That's so true. I'm waiting for the next story here, where Hogwarts is going to be liberated from my dangerous ideology. I mean... I'm pretty sure as we stand, people are just being deported without any due process. I remember that case where the judge was like, wait, these people cannot be deported. What the hell? Those people are not getting deported. I ruled that they're not going to be deported. And the judge was told, yeah, but those people are already on the plane and on their way. And I'm like, okay, due process. The wizard world must stand together against muggles who identify as wizards. Gosh, the future is here.
That's horrible. Like, what the fuck?
Have I told you that I have a debate coming on Friday or something? I'm gonna have that debate about Ukraine. Have I told you that? I'm gonna be a big debating streamer. It's gonna be amazing. I'm gonna show you my debate skills. Finally.
What the fuck is wrong? You've lost. It's not that he lost perspective. He's never had perspective. Because he's a W word. The whiteness doesn't matter. It's just he's a rich online content creator. So at the end of the day, it's all like fucking memes and jokes and epic shit or whatever. Like,
I sent this photo to him.
I mean, at least in some ways, it's true for you as well. No, Destiny.
The other day, because I had seen it, and I was like, everybody used to be able to get along, and
what is
and
this?
since you don't respect due process at all or understand the immigration process, has it ever occurred to you that I just don't agree with what the due process is, and I find it to be problematic?
Okay then, due process is just problematic, and yeah, there should be no due process. Thank you, Asmongold. Yeah, thank you. Conveniently, the whiteness doesn't matter, eh? I mean, I'm pretty white. Then again, I'm Eastern European and Jewish, so... Some of the whiteness, as I barely count. In some people's eyes, I barely count as white, considering that I'm Eastern European and Jewish. If you're not a citizen, you don't deserve rights. That is very stupid. That is very stupid. That is actually very stupid, and that is dangerous for citizens, by the way. Okay? If you're not a citizen, if you not being a citizen means that you don't deserve rights, then that just opens the gates to the next logical conclusion for a person to do, and that is decide who is and who is not a real citizen. And that just opens the route to arbitrarily take away rights from people. Brilliant. I love this, I love how this just, allows Trump to just say, oh, those people, that they're not real citizens, they're anti-American. Being anti-American, they've lost the right to be real citizens, so they have given away their rights. So there you go. You're not a real citizen, so therefore you have no rights. A brilliant route to go. Brilliant direction to go. What they're not getting is that if you take due process for one group, you take it away from everyone. Yeah, it takes your right to even prove your citizenship. it's open season on everyone. They don't like. Yeah, exactly. Like, if you have no rights as a non-citizen, then it's just a matter of declaring somebody not to be a real citizen. Problem solved. Easy. What an easy way to deprive somebody of rights. Witnesses oftentimes have an intent to lie under oath. They have a biased position towards their deported family members. If you're born somewhere else, it is a privilege to be here, not a guarantee right. I'm sorry, that's also very silly. That is also a very silly thing to say. Yeah, it's not a guaranteed right to get a citizenship if you are not born in the US. But once you get that citizenship, you're a citizen. Also, are you saying that people that have permanent residentship don't deserve any rights? That's also silly. Like if you have a residence card, permanent residence card, yeah, you still don't deserve any rights? That's just, people are so silly. People are so silly about things they don't understand. Does that mean that there are gamers that won't get rights? Yes. Also, everybody deserves rights. That's just silly. There's not a person that deserves no rights at all.
Like, I don't agree with what it is. I don't think it's a good
Once you have no rights at all, you stop being treated as human.
process. I think that it's too problematic. There's too many steps in it, and it needs to be
There's too many steps in due process. I love this.
expedited so we can get more people removed. It's super simple.
Holy crap. This is our biggest Twitch political commentator. We should just make due process quote unquote faster so that we can kick more people out.
Like this, like, how do you say shit like this? And you're like, yeah, I don't know how everybody got so extreme, bro. It's insane how fucking extreme everybody's gotten. Like, okay, sorry, but
Disagree, and things were fine and everything was okay. But then over time, things got more and more radical. They got more and more extreme, and
But not me.
They got more and more serious.
Other people.
And it's been
Oh boy.
it's embarrassing.
he goes on.
And since you don't respect due process at all or understand the immigration process,
Is this
has
the
it
same
ever
fucking
occurred to you
stream?
that I just don't agree with what the due process is and I find it to be problematic? Like, I don't agree with what it is. I don't think it's a good process. I think that it's too problematic. There's too many steps in it, and it needs to be expedited so we can get more people removed. It's super simple. Like, and I can't have that opinion. I can't think that, oh, wow, yeah, I understand you need to respect and observe the law. Sure, absolutely. But I don't derive my morality from the law at all. So that's not important to me in any capacity. Like, the idea of due process is only important because of the ideal of it, not the actual process itself. So if I'm advocating for changing the due process and making it more streamlined, especially for people who aren't citizens, then
What the hell does streamlined mean? What does streamlining the due process actually involve? Oh, let's cut away some unimportant bits, like, the person that is being judged being able to advocate for themselves. You aren't getting it. Due process as a right protects citizens from being declared non-citizens without a trial or defense as well. It's also the Constitution for every person, not just every citizen, every person in the country. Yeah, true. Because people should be able to make their case as to why they should be able to stay here. And by here, I mean there in the US. So, yeah, People should be able to make their case as to why they should be able to stay in the US and possibly start some sort of route towards citizenship. Yeah, Asmongold, over time debuffs are stacking. I thought that you learned that playing MMORPGs. Oh gosh.
I don't really think that's removing it. In a way it is, but I think they should change that systematically. That's what I would advocate for, is that I think they should systematically change what the due process is for the removal of a person in the country illegally. And so, and
Like
again,
how? What does that
this
even
is the
mean?
Supreme Court.
Okay, this sort of language already tells me that Asmongold doesn't even understand what due process is. What do you mean, due process for removing people from the country? It should not be called due process for removing people from the country. It should be due process to decide on whether or not a person should stay or leave the country. Not a due process, quote unquote, with the explicit goal to get rid of a person from the country. That makes no sense. That is called a show trial, not a due process. There's a database to see if they're a citizen or not. Yeah, Jack Don't Do It still does not understand what you're trying to say, Obsessive Forge. Don't worry. That is par for the course. It doesn't matter what the database says. If, for example, Trump's administration decides that the database is wrong and this person is anti-American and not really a true citizen. It's that simple. Yeah, you can. Trump already said that he would like to deport people, citizens that are criminals. He said, oh yeah, those citizens that are in jail, I don't like them. I would like to deport them. Yes. He already declared that he will do that. Maybe he will be somehow stopped because maybe the institutions that are supposed to stop him from doing something like that will, but he already has declared an intent to deport citizens. I will leave now, Lucy. Oh, I'll see you. Greater ain't. Oh, we'll see you. Like, it's silly. Oh yeah, Elon's Dodge is good at deleting databases.
That made Citizens United. Like, I'm sorry, but you can't use the Supreme Court as this like fucking like this is not God. No, I'm not going to just listen to that and say, oh, okay, well they're right for sure. Fuck that. No.
I mean, they're the highest authority legal-wise in the U.S. No, the Supreme Court, as far as I understand it.
What about institutionality? I think I am not.
Like, I don't know why everyone's gotten so extreme. The Supreme Court, LOL. I'm not going to trust them for anything. Okay.
I do not like basing things because the authority says this, then it is accurate. That's it. We're wasting taxes to remove people that shouldn't be here. Exactly. If you go in without due process, you can get out without due process. Otherwise, it's an exploit. I think so too. I think that's the way average people see it.
How do you know
you
if
ignore
they're
due process by letting people
that-
in massively, and then you complain about the lack of due process when getting them out? Well, that doesn't seem very fair to me. And again, like if somebody else wants to do that, don't expect me to play by their same rules. It's bullshit. Authority does not equal truth. I don't see that at all. And so, yeah, Maryland's father. Yes, exactly. Oh my God. And anyway, what part of sanctuary cities is due process? Yeah, it's just bullshit. There's plenty of examples of that happening. They don't care about due process. Get the fuck out of here. They only care about this stuff when it's in their benefit. Don't let people. This is very important. Never.
Oh my God.
let people weaponize your ideals against you.
Cleopar's won't eat faces. Get real.
Oh, holy true!
What happened to this guy? Oh wait, hold on. Why did he hear that made him lose his crap?
Your ideals against you.
True!
Benefit. Don't let people, this is very important, never let people weaponize your ideals against you.
True! Oh, holy true! Absolutely.
Okay. That was okay.
Absolutely true. Can he possibly have the audacity to say that? Was this the same stream? This is 30 minutes later that he just did a whole concern trolling fucking. Okay. He's right. Which is why you should never take these fuckers seriously when they're like, oh, you're hurting your movement, blah, blah, blah. Bullshit. You don't give a fuck about any of this bullshit. And he doesn't, too, because he even said it explicitly. Oh, you're hurting your side. Oh, like, you're changing your value. Like, don't ever let these fucking retards concern troll you on shit like this.
Jesus.
It's fucking ridiculous. Not when they act as unhinged as they do. I don't even want to rest this. Let me finish. What do you have to say for me?
You've definitely gone off a cliff since the death trial. I don't think that I'm really as extreme, and I've tried to dial it back in because I think that there have been instances where I have been extreme. But overall, I try to be as fair as I can be. But even I fall short of this. I think that's what happens all the time.
Oh my
Same with
gosh.
outrageous stuff. Justifying Trump sending people to El Salvador to changing constitution for him. Well, there are certain things, like for example, I don't like this appeal to authority of the Supreme Court whenever.
Appeal to authority? Oh, what? There should be more philosophy people, I think, should be like hackers. And you should be able to like program like philosophical arguments into operating systems and then 0 day. Like you're like trying to access some file system and it's like, sorry, you don't have the necessary permissions. And you're like, necessary permissions? That kind of sounds like a fallacious appeal to authority to me. Who's to say that I don't have the permissions? What? Because I'm not at the top of the administrator tree, or because you have what? That's a fallacious appeal to authority. Like, you understand that the Supreme Court definitionally has authority over what the law is. That's why they call the Supreme Court. That's what they do.
Everybody can all collectively agree that Citizens United was a bad decision. When Citizens United exists as a ruling of the Supreme Court and they overturn Roe versus Wade, I'm not going to act like the Supreme Court is the universal arbiter for morality and justice. Okay, I'm just not. Like that's again, I don't get my morality.
I mean, I don't think anybody says that. I don't think anybody says that the Supreme Court in the U.S. is some source of morality or justice, for that matter. Jack was talking about, hey guys, American citizens are not going to deport other American citizens. Why are you being so silly, Billy? Even though, wait, just recently a child has literally been deported. That's a citizen, not even a prisoner. Have we... Okay, do we have to look into this now? American citizen child deported. We already seeing this. CNN, 23 hours ago. Oh, 3 U.S. citizen children were deported to Honduras with their mothers last week, including a 4-year-old receiving treatment for metastatic. Oh, well, they're still citizens, and their fathers. Like, there was a case of a child whose mother was deported, whose father was legally in the country, and the child was still deported. And there was no real asking the mom or the dad of what their wishes was. The child was just deported. So there you go. Citizens are literally being deported, but I guess that doesn't matter, does it? 3 children who are U.S. citizens, including a 4-year-old receiving treatment for metastatic cancer, were taken to Honduras with their mothers, who were deported last week, according to the families, attorneys, and civil rights and immigration advocacy organizations. In one case, a mother was deported and took her 2-year-old child with her, while the other involves another mother deported and her 4-year and 7-year-old children went with her. The American Civil Liberties Union and the National Immigration Project, among other organizations, said in a news release Friday. A perfect example of somebody that just will, like, you will say, oh no, citizens will be deported, and when it happens, you'll just excuse it. All were detained when the woman attended routine meetings with officials in Louisiana as part of the Intensive Supervision Appearance Program, or ISAP, according to their attorneys and court records. Taken together, the family's advocates say the removals from the United States underscore concerns about a lack of due process amid the Trump administration's immigration crackdown. Uh-oh. No due process. Oh no. In a court filing, the Trump administration claims the mother of 2-year-old requested to take her child with her to Honduras, citing a handwritten note allegedly written in Spanish. Uh-oh. Apparently that's nonsense. Apparently it was absolutely not in any way sort of coordinated with the mother, whether or not she wanted to take the child. Just saying. My dude, birthright citizenship is a thing, which Trump, by the way, openly said that he wants to do away with. One of the better things that the US has going for it. Also, deportations are being levied against non-citizen immigrants who are here legally without due process. That is true. All of that is true. Including the fact that Trump in his brilliance wanted to executive order away birthright citizenship. That's crazy, actually. It's actually... Oh boy. Allegedly. Yeah. Handwritten, written in Spanish. Yes, non-citizens should be worried about deportation until they work for that's stupid. I'm sorry to say, Jack, don't do it. That's one of the stupidest things I've heard all day today. I don't mean to be an asshole about this, but that is really stupid. Okay? That is really stupid, actually. I have a question. If in your mind, okay, if in your mind anybody who is here legally should be worried about deportation at all times, right? Then what's the real difference between being in the country legally and illegally? Why just screw the process then? Just be there illegally. As long as you don't get caught, it's just fine. Well, if you follow the rules, in your mind, people should still fear deportation at any time. You just said it. Non-citizens should be worried about deportation until they work for citizenship. So following the rules does not save anybody in your mind, because they should just fear deportation at any moment. So there's no point in following the rules, according to you, according to how you see things. It's just be there illegally and just avoid being captured. Because if you follow the rules, you're just more visible and still in danger of being deported at any time. Are you serious? Without due process, you can't even prove you've been following the... I mean, according to Jack Don't Do It, following the rules doesn't matter, because you should be able to get deported at any time. You should fear that all the time. So what's the point of following the rules if that's gonna be the standard? Okay, let's continue. Gashi Willis, a lawyer and the Raids Response Coordinator at the National Immigration Project, who represents the 2-year-old through a family friend, acting as the petitioner in the ongoing court case, denies the mother was given a choice. So the mom was not given a choice on whether or not she wants to take the child with her. The child, who is a citizen, was just deported. So there you go. It happened. The thing that you said never would happen happened. We're wasting time on this fundamentally unserious clown. Oh no, Lucy, that only is stupid from your perspective. You just you don't know what you're talking about. True, unreal. Do I have to mention that Jack Don't Do It is a Trump voter? Have I mentioned this little? I feel like it's relevant for the discussion. I think it's relevant to disclose that for the sake of the discussion. Oh, that's obvious. Okay. We are seeing in real time due process eroded, said Willis. That is deeply concerning, and these cases are an illustration of that. Citizens are being deported. Can I take this, Jojer? No, I'll let them stay. It's fine. I'm like the political commentator that allows dissent. I just think that what they're saying is fundamentally silly. But yeah, don't kick. There's just a reminder to me that this is how Trump voters operate, basically. It's very disappointing. CNN has reached out to U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement for comment. CNN previously reported on the case of the 2-year-old identified in court records as VML, was taken into custody by ICE Tuesday with her mother and 11-year-old sister while attending a routine check-in, according to an emergency petition filed in federal court. The judge said the mother was undocumented, but set a hearing for May 16 regarding the child, noting it is illegal and unconstitutional to deport, detain for deportation, or recommend deportation of a U.S. citizen, citing a 2012 deportation case. The second case is a close echo. The mother was detained Thursday after she took her children to an ISAP check-in in St. Rose, just outside New Orleans, according to her attorney Erin Hebert. The mother, who has lived in South Louisiana for more than a decade but did not have lawful status, was asked to bring the 2 children and their passports to the appointment, Hebert told CNN Sunday. On their arrival, however, Hebert said she was not allowed to accompany the family to the meeting. About 20 to 30 minutes later, Hebert was informed the family had been detained, but officials refused to tell her where they were taken. Hebert later learned, after speaking with her client, 2 ICE officers were waiting for the family at the appointment, she told CNN. Hebert then went to ICE's New Orleans field office, where she said she filed a stay of removal. She had prepared in advance of her client's meeting, hoping to keep them in the country. Over the course of the day, she repeatedly contacted the office to ask where they were being held, but said she was not given a response. So, great. Early Friday morning, the family was placed on a plane, Hebert said, and taken to Honduras. My clients were deported within 24 hours of being detained with no access to me, Hebert said. Attorney disputes government claim of handwritten note. So yeah, citizens are in fact getting deported. It's not some science fiction scenario that's totally not happening. Okay? Okay, I want to watch the Trump speech now. Trump speech. Let me see. So let me see. Oh boy. Yeah, it's not good. Not good that the American citizens are being just deported. Well. Okay, let's see what's happening. Trump 100 days speech. Is that what I'm looking for? Oh, it's live. US President Donald Trump's speech on 100 days in office. Are you excited for this, India Today?
He's always impeaching. He raised.
I want to watch it from the beginning if possible, not just... President Trump's held a huge rally in Michigan to celebrate his first 100 days in office.
Withdrew from the unfair.
Okay, can I just find a place where I can rewind it? Okay, how long for being deported to Honduras for having different political opinion on social media? I would say it's...
World Health Organization where...
It's gonna happen at some point.
What is he going to say to those assembled?
Example. And listening with these supporters.
Well, and as you mentioned,
January.
There you go. Let's go.
Bad for this country.
There you go.
I'm putting Michigan first, and I'm putting America.
But yeah, my answer is not super long, probably. It's gonna probably happen.
First, talking about ending the inflation nightmare and bringing back auto jobs has been a topic of conversation.
You would think that would be a feature here in Michigan.
What kind of mouse do you have, Legend? What do you mean? I have this mouse. Can you see it? I have a very cheap mouse. I have a cheapo mouse. That is my answer to you. If you want me to have a mouse that's not a cheapo mouse, consider going to the page and donating. Supporting your favorite streamer. I feel like my political opinions and stuff.
As the president speaks in the suburbs of Detroit, but clearly spending some time here to stop down on the issue of immigration and as he sees it, mass deportation. Interesting broadly here, Kaylee, this is a tool that then candidate Donald Trump was started using over the course of the summer, something that we typically would not see in a political rally, where he actually stops talking and throws to video, almost like he's producing a television program here live in front of the crowd. Nice response here, as you would expect from MAGA supporters. The president's still looking up at the screens.
Okay, where's the speech?
From the rally here, marking 100 days of his second term. Let's...
Oh my God, so depressing.
Stick with this now. On Bloomberg TV and radio with the USA chant in the crowd, the president's about to start talking again here.
I honestly think that the whole thing is dead in the water. Peace talks about Ukraine.
So under President Trump, America is a dumping ground for criminals no longer. They're not even trying to come in.
Okay.
But while we're fighting to protect Americans, the radical left Democrats who are so bad for this country.
Now we will just, I guess, deport citizens next. We will deport citizen toddlers until there's no one left.
Country are fighting to protect TDA, you just saw that, and MS-13 criminals. And
Yeah, MS-13 criminals, like, 2-year-olds. Just protect those criminals. Protect those criminally endowed kids.
you don't even know which is worse, but they are the top of the line. For years, Democrat politicians did not raise one word of protest.
Yeah, everybody deported by Trump is just a criminal. Millions of criminals in the country.
American women and girls were raped and slaughtered by these
Slaughtered.
monsters. They were raped and slaughtered by numbers that you don't even want to hear about. But the second
Yeah,
we
billions upon trillions.
try to deport them, the radical Democrat Party is racing to the defense of some of the most violent savages on the face of the earth.
Let me see that case again. 3 children who are US citizens, including a 4-year-old, receiving treatment for metastatic cancer. Okay. Those were hardened criminals.
Who the hell would vote for these people? They're racing to the courts to help them. But
You're cherry picking. I mean, the fact that I can even cherry pick means that something's wrong, isn't it? Like, why can't I even cherry pick? Why is that a thing? I should, if things were going okay, I should not be able to cherry pick. It should be like, yeah, all of them are criminals, but no, citizens are being deported that are little kids. I'm sorry, there should be 0 cases of that. 0. The fact that I can even cherry pick is bad. It doesn't matter if I'm cherry picking. I'm sorry, the father, you don't even know the cases. You don't even know what I'm talking about. Only the mother was illegal. The father was a legal citizen. But they just decided to deport the child because they said there was some handwritten note by the mom that said, I want to take the child with me, which they did not provide even. You don't even know what you're talking about.
But this is not what the people want. This is not what they voted for in record numbers. I wonder.
Also, the argument of the parents shouldn't have come illegally. If you want to go there, it's irrelevant. The child is still a citizen. So that's a completely irrelevant argument. You cannot deport citizens. You said it yourself. You said that it would never happen. Well, it happened. So what have you got to say about that?
Election, we won every swing state. We won the popular vote. And we got 312 electoral college votes.
How depressing.
Just this month, 2 Venezuelan members of TDA, Tren de Aragua.
It is not irrelevant. Children cannot take care of themselves. Again, father is a legal citizen, so your argument falls flat on its face. Only the mother was deported. The father was not. The father is still in the country, so again, your argument just falls flat on its face. The father could take care of the child, but I guess it doesn't matter, does it?
Were arrested in Washington state for kidnapping a 58-year-old woman driving a power drill through her hand to extort her bank account information, shooting her, leaving her for dead. And miraculously, she just survived, but she's not feeling so well. In January, Tren de Aragua member in Chicago kidnapped 3 women, took them in an alley, lined them up, and shot them each in the head. They all died. And the FBI recently assessed that these vicious gangs have been sent by the foreign regime in Venezuela to foment violence and instability in the United States of America.
Wait, who showed you that? Which leaked signal discussion is that from? Oh yeah, it's going to be another Trump-coded speech. Get ready for a lot of silly things. I'm bracing myself. I want to hear about Ukraine in that speech. How he's going to bring peace and prosperity to his new empire.
Let that happen.
Hold on, I have to check up on the doggy. One moment. And then we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back. We're gonna go back.
Baby boy. Oh, baby boy. Is this baby boy? Is this boy? Is this baby boy? Hey, baby boy.
Alright, I'm back. I'm feeling so cold all of a sudden. It's like brrr, you know? It's brrr, 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 brrr. Gosh. Oh gosh.
And it's not just, in all fairness, not Venezuela. It's all over the world. It's all over. They come in from the Congo. They come in from Africa.
Yeah, every single country in the world just sends criminals all the time.
The Congo, they emptied out their prisons into our country.
And mental asylums, don't forget about that. They've emptied their mental health asylums and they all came to change their sex in the US.
But they come from Africa, Asia, South America. They come from all over bad parts of Europe.
Okay, which are... Oh, I want to know which parts of Europe are the bad parts. Oh my God. Bad parts of Europe. Name them. Name the bad parts of Europe. I'm waiting for that. Oh my God. Bad parts of Europe, huh? I really wonder what countries are the bad parts of Europe. It's already happened, Lucy. Don't you feel this is at your Polish-Ukrainian border? Trump saved Ukraine by being elected. True. I feel it. I'm gonna feel it when I visit Kyiv soon. What if Trump thinks India is Europe? Maybe. I can't believe Trump isn't a ghost yet.
That's why we've invoked the Alien Enemies Act to expel every foreign terrorist from our soil as quickly as possible.
Every foreign terrorist, huh? How do you know the White House isn't simply being haunted and the Electoral College is just doing this to lift the curse?
Never forget the same people that we now claim we're just not taking this crap anymore. We can't.
Yeah, we cannot take these American toddlers being here. We have to deport them all. We have to deport these terrorists, you see. We're not taking this crap anymore. Make America great again. Make America great again.
They're claiming that we're not allowed to deport illegals, and they're the ones who orchestrated an 8-year campaign to jail their political opponents. You know what I mean? They want to jail.
I don't. Please tell me more. I do want to know. I don't know what you mean, actually.
They want to jail. That's all they can do, jail their political opponents. What they did to people is a disgrace.
Oh, you mean January 6th? Is that what you're referring to? Or your own impeachment? Are these the things that you're referring to?
And now they come after us. Why are you not nice to them? Why are you not nice to them? They tried to jail your president. They tried to jail.
Yeah, your president broke the law. Wow. I thought nobody was above the law.
Except for the really courageousness of a few very good judges. You know, we could have been calling you from the other side of the bar saying, hey, fellas, how about a little protest?
We? What's up with the royal we?
How about a little protest? But they cheered the assassination of CEOs, looted our cities, and destroyed our property. No, they tried to jail our politicians, and they tried to jail a lot of people, many of whom didn't even know what the hell they were being looked at for. These
What?
people are criminals. If they had their way, we would be living in a third world hellhole. That's what they want.
I have no... What?
Removing the invaders is not just a campaign pledge. It's my solemn duty as commander.
Removing the invaders. I know I keep returning to this, but removing the invaders. 3 children who are US citizens, including a 4-year-old receiving treatment for metastatic cancer, were taken to Honduras with their mothers. Interesting. The invaders. Okay. Let's get rid of all of them. Let's get rid of all of those invaders.
In chief, I have an obligation to do it. Save our country.
True. Save the country from the toddlers.
And that's why we got, despite the fake polls, you know, they do these polls where they interview far more Democrats than Republicans. I saw them over the last few days, and I had them checked out. They interviewed...
Yeah, those poor media. That's why you have to depend on people like Tim Pool to be your media now. Yeah, that's right. That's right. Tim Pool is your new media. And Russia Today. Those are the new media that are objective and don't do interviews more with the Democrats than with you.
You far more Democrats for the polls. They interview Democrats by big numbers and then Republicans by small. They say Trump only has a 44% approval rating. Well, it's actually not bad. But when you figure that if it were
Wait, isn't it closer to 30% now? Didn't it drop to like 30%? Didn't it drop really low recently?
legit poll, it would be in the 60s or 70s.
Send all pregnant migrants to jail, all of them. It's going to be silly and funny and stupid. You have no idea, Lucy. Wait, what? Hold on, what? I saw Tim Pool get an ad read from the Trump press secretary. Wait, what?
These people are a bunch of crooked people. No, they interview more Democrats than Republicans. In other words, they take the poll and they interview Democrats. They poll Democrats. And then they say, they try and depress it as much, just like they write bad stories. 97%.
They write bad stories. They criticize me. They write bad stories.
Of the stories written about me, think of it, were negative. And yet we won in a landslide because they have no credibility.
I mean, the media just report on facts, okay? Whether or not the voters listen to any of it, how they vote has no relevance, okay? What is that supposed to tell me? That a lot of citizens in the United States are stupid? Like, I'm sorry to be blunt and mean, but the press lady has two conferences now. One is for traditional media. The other is for brown nosers like Tim. Oh, God.
And also, we cannot allow a handful of communist, radical left judges to obstruct the enforcement of our laws and assume...
Communist, radical left judges? Who are those? Who are the communist, radical left-wing judges? Oh, my God. The specter of communism looms above the United States, it seems.
the duties that belong solely to the President of the United States. Judges are trying to take away the power given to the President to keep our country safe, and it's not a good thing, but I hope for the...
Is giving McCarthy... I mean, yeah, that is what I'm referring to. Where is that... what was that... okay, what was the name of that reporter that was in London during the Blitz that challenged McCarthy? Can anybody tell me? The one that would always at the end of his radio say would say good night and good luck. What was his name? I keep forgetting the name of that famous war reporter. If you know who I'm talking about, give me his name in the chat. He famously sort of burned his career because he challenged McCarthy on his nonsense, on his witch hunt. And he was himself, of course, declared a communist as well by McCarthy. Would Trump ever describe himself as far right, do you think? Or is that taboo in his mind or something? I don't think he would declare himself as far right. I think he would say, I'm not far right, I'm not far left, I am just pro common sense. I can actually hear this being said in his exact tone of voice. I am just pro common sense. Okay, I have to look him up now. Nobody gave me the name. Edward R. Murrow. Yes, Zinkub. Yes, thank you. Brilliant. Just as I said that nobody gave me the name, you're giving me the name because... Thank you. Edward R. Murrow. Yes, a very interesting person. Very interesting. I saw a whole documentary about him when I was in Kyiv. A very, very cool individual, actually. His last years of life he dedicated to, I think, the exploitation of seasonal workers, actually, of how they're being used to help get the food on people's tables and how they don't appreciate how abused they are. And he sort of broke that story and he went to schools and talked about it. It was actually very, 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 very good. He was a very principled reporter. And he, of course, paid for it. He paid a heavy price for the fact that he was principled. But I still think that being principled is, at the end of the day, worth it, you know? Yeah, it's really good.
The sake of our country that the Supreme Court is going to save this, because we have to do something. These people are just looking to destroy our country. Nothing will stop me in the mission to keep America safe again. It's very simple. Keep America safe again.
Yeah, let's keep America safe again from our imagined enemies, because that is totally not a populist talk in order to just give me more power, give me more power, give me more power. This is totally not a playbook of authoritarians, okay? Totally not. We're just going to destroy all our external and internal enemies. For the say, well, I'm going to bring peace and security to my empire.
100 days have also produced historic results in the battle to defeat Biden's inflation disaster and bring jobs and wealth back to America and bring them back to Michigan. Okay, we want to bring them.
I want to bring up the article.
As an example, since I took office, the cost of eggs is down 87%. Now,
yeah, I'm sorry, but the eggs thing was caused by a bird disease, and so that thing was sort of, the situation was just getting better with the birds, okay, with the thing. It's the price for eggs going down is no special he did what did he contribute to make the egg prices lower? What's his contribution? What's the achievement here?
A few weeks ago, before Thanksgiving, before we heard about it, before I heard about it a long time ago, before Thanksgiving I heard about it, and then I was hearing that I wasn't president. This guy was barely president. Nobody knew, was he president? Who the hell was president?
What? What is this rambling of an old man? Hard revenge of the Sith vibes. I know. Unfortunately, we are living Star Wars.
This day, I say it was the one that operated.
He healed the birds with his holy touch.
The auto pen, but what do I know? But I was hearing about eggs, and then all of a sudden we have a great election victory. And my first week in office, they start screaming.
I hear about eggs. I hear about high prices. And then I win, and suddenly the eggs are cheap again. Whoa.
At me. What about the price of eggs? Eggs. I said, I've only been here for 6 days. I was there 6 days. I said, what's wrong with eggs? They said, the price of eggs has gone through the roof and you won't be able to have them for Easter. So I put a very capable Brooke Rollins, who's our wonderful Commissioner of Agriculture that you know in Michigan. I said, Brooke, I've only been here 6 days before I heard.
Oh my God.
Maybe even less, maybe 5, maybe 4.
Maybe none, maybe no days. We're gonna make a really big egg. It's gonna be ginormous. We've got the best people working on this. It's gonna be the best egg in the history of eggs. Soon everything will be expensive and it'll be illegal for companies to say why. I mean, things are apparently already getting expensive. The tariffs are already doing their thing. The tariffs are working for the prices of stuff. Trump has never eaten an egg that wasn't made of chocolate.
But it was my first week, and I said, Brooke, you got to save me here. I'm getting killed about eggs. What the hell's going on with eggs? She said, well, you can't get them. The price is through the roof, and it looks like we're going to have a real problem for Easter. You're not going to have eggs. I said, Brooke, that doesn't sound politically viable to me. That doesn't sound good.
What? There are no eggs, Mr. President, sir. Oh, that doesn't sound politically viable. What does that even mean? Trump contributing to egg prices are the same as Chancellor Palpatine's to being the cancer. Holy egg powers.
Because nobody's going to believe me when you get out there that it's Sleepy Joe Biden's fault. So, Brooke, you got to...
How is it Biden's fault that birds got sick and the prices of eggs got high? Like, did Biden cause that whole bird flu thing or whatever caused it? Like, did Biden spread the bird disease? Personally?
Get going, Brooke, please. And she did a great job. And you had so many eggs for Easter.
What did she do? And why was there not enough eggs to begin with? Did Joe Biden just hoard all the eggs? Did Joe Biden just eat all the eggs? What am I supposed to get from this story? Joe Biden, like a little hog, just hoarded all the eggs and there were no eggs for Easter, and then Trump swooped in and saved Easter?
The price was down 87% from that point. Prices are coming way down. You know, the fake news doesn't say it. They said, he pledged. Now, I pledged safe borders. I pledged all sorts of things. But they said he pledged.
Yeah, you pledged ending the war in Ukraine in 24 hours. I remember that. But that now apparently the new line is that it was just a joke. It was just a meme. We all should have guessed that him saying that he'll end the war in 24 hours was just a funny little jest, you know? Ha ha ha. He has a room full of eggs that he can dive into like Scrooge McDuck. Like, What a scrambled mess. It's now you're getting things right, Lucy. Biden's fault with eggs was being demented.
Prices down. Well, that's what I've done. They're trying to say the prices have gone up. Your energy, your car, your gasoline, they have 3 states this week, a couple of days ago, that were $1.98 a gallon. So gasoline prices are down by a lot. Energy prices are down. Mortgage rates actually just went down. Prescription drug prices just saw their largest monthly decline.
I would have to fact check all of this because I happen to know that Trump tends to be very loose with his numbers and very loose with his statements. So
Ever recorded. How about that? Remember what you heard. Prescription drug prices just took the biggest plunge ever since they've recorded the prices, which have basically gone up, except for my 4 years. They did pretty well. But we got to know that system. The system is a bad system.
just assume everything he says is a lie unless proven otherwise. I mean, that is what I do. If how he talks about Ukraine is any indicator or dodge, then yes. Oh yes, car gasoline and everything else was also the fault of Biden's dementia. The prescription drugs definitely just went up in price. Can you give me a link on the site page?
But they just took the biggest dive ever in the history of prescription drug prices. Think of that.
The history of prescription. Okay, that's no. I need to see some evidence. Okay, because everything Trump does apparently is the best in the history of everything. I really am looking forward to hearing him talk about Ukraine. Okay.
Big thing. I got to say it again and again because they will never tell you that. The fake news will never tell you that. Grocery prices have gone down. Everything's gone down. And yet I saw this.
I wanna fact check this, okay? US prices up, tariffs. I wanna see if all the prices nearly 90% of Americans expect tariffs to raise prices. This is from 1 day ago. I wanna see some fresher news. I wanna see something from the last 24 hours. How much revenue has US earned from Trump's tariffs? Trump calls Bezos as Amazon says no plan to show tariff since re-entering. Oh. I'm back. I have nowhere else to go. I mean, technically speaking, you could go to bed. Adidas warns it will raise prices on all US products. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Trump calls Bezos as Amazon says no plan to show tariff price rises. US President Donald Trump has called Amazon founder Jeff Bezos after it was reported that the retail giant planned to detail the cost of trade tariffs to its customers. Uh-oh. Amazon said it had looked into itemizing the impact for shoppers using Amazon Haul, a low-cost site it launched in the US last year to compete with Shein and Temu. But it said it had decided not to move forward and the idea had never been under consideration for its main platform. The White House decision to go on the attack over the report is an indication of the pressure it is facing over its new import taxes, which analysts say will lead to higher prices for consumers and increase the chances of a recession. right? Let me hear that again, to be fair to him.
On and prices have gone down. Everything's gone down.
No, he said everything has gone down. He didn't say grocery price. He said everything has gone down.
Grocery prices have gone down. Everything's gone down.
Everything's gone down. Sorry, Jack, don't do it. That won't fly. But then again, I'm gonna add grocery to make you happy. ABC raised here. Trump at 100 day. The impact of tariffs on the cost of fresh. The impact of tariffs on the cost of fresh fruit. I think I heard a debate where people were talking about bananas, and the person who was pro-Trump just said, "Who cares about bananas?" So I'm telling you, the Trump voters will just explain away everything. The first they will say, no, prices went down. No, Trump just meant groceries. Oh, certain types of food are going up. Oh, wait, who cares about those types of food?
Divided as we are.
I mean, Cavendish bananas are the most common type of bananas in the world, aren't they?
As politically divided as we are.
Also, apparently they are faced with extinction, just so you know.
As politically divided as we are, most of us can agree the federal government is very different from what it was just 4 months ago. President Trump's first 100 days in office have featured massive cuts to the federal workforce, the remaking of foreign policy, aggressive immigration enforcement, and sweeping tariffs. We begin our series of reports with how all of this is affecting you. Another busy day at the Packer Marine Terminal at the Port of Philadelphia with trucks going by, containers all stacked up. Its smaller size and proximity to the shipping lanes of Central and South America have helped make this become the largest drop-off point for fresh fruit in the entire United States.
Whoa. Oh, no, Lucy. You're checking the fake media sources. How can you be so misled on that? You should check OAN and Blaze Media first. Or you should check the Timcast or something.
And so, when it comes to assessing,
you know how these media outlets are biased.
The Trump
True, of course. They all lie.
Tariff impact on everyday goods like groceries. This is a perfect place to start.
If this is the largest drop-off point for fresh fruit, they need to make sure Joe Biden doesn't get to it. Hope they have security. True. True. But yes, welcome back, Greater Rain. True.
We're talking about apples, grapes, pears, plums.
Who cares about fruit? American people hate fruit. Okay, American people don't eat fruit.
Bananas. Chopper 6 caught a ship from the Dole Company dropping boxes of that yellow fruit at the Port of Wilmington, further south, on Monday. That Delaware River port is the world's second largest port of entry for bananas in the entire world. So with the 10% tariffs imposed on many of the countries that export these goods, Mexico, Costa Rica, Chile, Argentina, New Zealand, when might you see prices go up at the grocery store?
I guess they won't go down. I guess Trump did not tell the truth.
We're talking about fruits and produce where the supply chain is pretty short, where it'd likely just go to a wholesaler and then to a grocer directly. It would be like adding a 10% sales tax on those goods, except on your receipt you wouldn't get a separate line for it.
Because they are
Well, wait, hold on. That's a price increase, not a decrease on groceries.
Perishable goods, fruit cannot be stockpiled. Therefore, University of Delaware Assistant Economics Professor Thomas Bridges says these are the products you will see rise in price first. However, Bridges says don't expect stores to simply hike every single type of fruit at a full 10% to cover or absorb the new tariffs.
Grocery chains are an incredibly competitive market, and so they don't want to be scaring off consumers by raising prices on goods that consumers keep track of.
Some could rise in price slightly. Others could see price reductions to entice consumers. And some stores could absorb the cost of tariffs in other ways, like finding better efficiencies. The speed of the fruit trade also works the other way, too, says Bridges. If President Trump suddenly decides to reduce tariffs, fruit would be among the first to see price reductions.
Not the bananas.
Bridges says most economists agree with him on this point. Starting a tariff war with your trading partners could run the risk of sparking new inflation and likely won't lead to a new manufacturing renaissance for American workers.
Uh-oh. Whoops.
The reduction in those workforces, though, have also been driven by like technological improvements, like those single arm.
I'm telling you, you can demonstrate anything to a Trump voter. They will just explain it away. Trump makes false or misleading claims about grocery. Oh, CBS News. What a shocker. Trump is lying. Wow, I never would have seen this coming. In the last week, President Trump has made a number of inaccurate claims that the prices of everyday items like gas and groceries have fallen since he took office. Uh-oh, gas as well? Even as Americans are starting to face surcharges for some items as a result of his tariff hikes. While Mr. Trump touts his economic record in interviews with the press, he has claimed without evidence that consumers are seeing record low prices at their gas pumps and exaggerated the decline in crude oil prices since he took office. The president has also falsely stated that he has overseen a drop in grocery prices. Here's a breakdown of some of these claims. Trump's false claim that gas hit 1.98 a gallon in some places. I see that we had a couple of states where gasoline was at 1.98 a gallon. Nobody thought they'd see that for years, maybe. Mr. Trump repeatedly claimed that gas prices dropped to a low of $1.98 in a few states in April, hitting lows not seen since his first term. However, that is not true. On average, gas prices are around the same as when the president took office in January. Uh-oh. You're right, it's all the consumer's fault. By the way, in case if you didn't know. Data from the Energy Information Administration shows a national average of about 3.14 per gallon of regular gas as of the third week of April, which is slightly higher than the 3.11 the week Mr. Trump was inaugurated. Oh my gosh. Why lie about such easily... It's so easy to check. That is so easy to verify. And he just lies about things that are verifiable within minutes. The average Trump supporter had already either fallen asleep or started screaming fake news. The whole tariff thing is so unserious. Without our own industries already in place to fill the gap, all he's done is encourage the rest of the world to move on from the US and trade with each other. Lying is the point. I mean, how are you gonna bring back manufacturing to the US, quote unquote, if manufacturing is not the same as it was in the past? Like you don't have whole things produced in one place. You have a single part produced in this country, then it moves to a different country, and then it moves again, and then they are assembled finally in some place somewhere else still. And there are products that have to pass the American border several times. Okay, trust the process. I mean, I did trust the process. The problem is Trump didn't trust the process and decided to tariff it. Trump decided to tariff the hell out of the process. He did not trust the process. I did. You don't have to tell me that. Tell that to Trump. I think he's gonna go full Hitler and just try and annex Canada for its resources. Let's see. GasBuddy, a company that tracks prices at more than 150,000 gas stations across the country, told CBS News it had not found evidence of gas stations selling gas for $1.98 per gallon in April. Patrick Dehan, who leads petroleum analysis with the company, said the lowest price they could find in April was $2.19 at a gas station in Texas. I knew I'd have to fact check every single thing that he says during this speech. I knew it. I simply knew that I would be just wasting a lot of time fact checking every single thing that he says. Lucy, you're just using liberal sources instead of patriotic ones, like Dodge. True. Mr. Trump's claim that gas prices are at their lowest level since his first term is also not true. Gas prices were lower than they are now for the first 6 months of Biden's presidency. There's no time for companies to pivot. The only viable move is to stop doing business with us. I mean, it takes years upon years to build the infrastructure. The White House did not respond to a request for more information on the president's claim. Trump partially true claimed that crude oil prices have dropped significantly since he took office. A White House spokesman said the president was referring to the price per barrel of Brent crude oil, the global benchmark. According to data from FactSet, Mr. Trump accurately described the current price of Brent crude, which was about $64 a barrel on April 28th. But he also exaggerated the price at the time he assumed office, which was about $80. The White House did not explain the discrepancy. Trump's misleading claim that price of groceries came down since he took office. Trump said April 24th, groceries are down. Trump said April 17th, food is down. Groceries, as we call it, are down. Mr. Trump has repeatedly claimed that grocery prices have declined since he took office. However, Consumer Price Index data shows average cost of groceries in March increased by 0.49%. Also, welcome back, Red Ruse. From the previous month and by 2.4% compared to the previous year. Prices vary across products, and the White House said the president was referring to declines in the consumer prices of certain grocery store items like fresh vegetables. The USDA's food price outlook shows that fresh vegetable prices decreased 1.1% in March after falling by 1.7% in February. However, the same report also shows the prices of beef, poultry, eggs, and non-alcoholic beverages all ticked up in March. Wait, hold on. I thought Trump said that egg prices went down. These increases occurred before the president imposed a baseline 10% tariff on goods from most countries in early April, as well as tariffs as high as 145% on imports from China. Economists expect the prices of some grocery store items, including coffee and chocolate, will rise as a result, which could be reflected when data for April is released in the coming weeks. Oh, Trump's false claim that egg prices have gone down 87%. That has been said during this speech. I remember hearing this. Trump saying that the egg prices have fallen 87%. Trump said on April 24th, so we just had a big Easter egg hunt at the White House, thousands and thousands of eggs, and the price was down 87%, so we did a great job. Mr. Trump has repeatedly claimed that egg prices are down significantly without clarifying whether he is referring to wholesale or consumer prices. The president has a point that wholesale prices have declined since he took office, but he overstates the size of the decline, and recent data suggests consumer prices remain elevated. Well, wholesale egg prices, what large buyers such as Costco or Walmart pay producers, have dropped sharply since mid-March as egg losses due to bird flu decreased last month. There you go. I guess Biden was responsible for the bird flu and Trump just cured it, which is why at the end of the day the egg prices were the fault of Biden somehow, because, you know, he is patient zero for the bird flu or something. U.S. Department of Agriculture data shows wholesale egg prices were roughly 52% lower on April 25th than they were at the start of Mr. Trump's second term. The White House did not explain the discrepancy in the president's figures. Meanwhile, retail prices for consumers remain at record high. Bureau of Labor Statistics data released on April 10th shows average retail egg prices hit 6.23 per dozen in March, surpassing the previous record 5.90 set in February. A March 28th report from the Department of Agriculture said it can take up to 3 weeks for consumers to benefit from the wholesale price decline. If retail prices show consistent decline, this should be reflected in the national average from BLS for April, said Jeremy Horpedal, an associate professor of economics at University of Central Arkansas. That data should become available on May 13th. So yes, Trump is once again lying to all of us. How surprising, how shocking. How utterly shocking.
And yet, I saw this person on MSDNC, which I think is probably even worse than CNN. It's probably worse.
What source did we just check? CBS News.
Probably worse than CNN, but I saw this horrible anchor. How these people get jobs? I wouldn't hire them.
Horrible.
To do the most menial of chores. But I saw this person. He campaigned on bringing prices down. Every price has gone down. What am I going to do?
Yeah, we just fact-checked it. That's not true. So, there we go. Yeah, okay.
I mean, think of it. Gasoline was almost $4 not so long ago. And now, Mike, we just hit $1.98 in a lot of states.
Oh wait, we just read about this. We just read about the 198 in some places. Wow. That is where we are right now. The president can just go on stage, tell a bunch of lies, give a bunch of false numbers, and there you go. That's reality now. Whatever Trump says is reality. One day he says that Zelensky is a dictator, and then he takes it back, and then he proceeds to say, I never called him a dictator, even though it's on record. He doesn't care about what he says. He doesn't care about switching the narrative from day to day, because in his mind he is all powerful and he just dictates what the reality for the day is. That's it. That's all that matters.
Listening to President Trump doing the weave as he says.
Whatever I say is true. Reality be damned, I guess.
100-day rally in Michigan.
I guess Trump voters will just begin that the prices are going down, no matter how much they pay.
about a series of issues, some of which pertain to our audience. We're hearing some of the greatest hits as well as this veers into more of a campaign rally. We have heard a couple of lines that are worth addressing here so far. They tried to cheat on this election, he said, but we made it too big to rig. This is a refrain, of course, from other Trump speeches that we have no evidence to support, also suggesting that America is a dumping ground for criminals no longer, and referring to fake polls by crooked people, which we have no evidence to support. He's talking about the Fed chair. Let's put an ear back on Donald Trump.
Is he being fact-checked in real time? I miss when they used to let us drink gasoline for cheap.
Think of that. This is all done in 100 days. But when you watch the fake news, you see fake polls. Again, they poll more Democrats than Republicans. Democrats aren't going to say, I'm going to vote for Trump. And we still got 45, 44%. But on the legitimate polls, I think we're in the 60s. I think we're...
All the legitimate polls. I love this. All the legitimate polls that favor me. We're in the 80s or 90s
in the
even.
60s or 70s or something.
Yeah, 90s. Hundreds, 200s.
In 3 months, we have created...
It's over 9,000.
350,000 jobs. Think of that. For the first time in recent memory...
I'm not gonna fact check that. I'm just gonna choose to believe that it's fake, that it's false until he provides evidence.
Job gains for native-born Americans now exceed job gains for foreign workers. This is for the first time, and nobody even knows when, Americans now are doing better than foreign workers. How about that? I mean, that's okay. I want everyone to do well, but that's...
That's a lie if I ever heard one. You don't want anybody to do well except yourself, I guess.
Curb inflation, we're cutting a record number of job-killing regulations. We beat in the 4-year first administration, which was a tremendous success. We cut more regulations than any president in history, including 2-term presidents, including Roosevelt, who was more than a 2-term president. We cut more regulations than any president in history in 1 term.
And by that, he means they gutted more institutions than any other president, including, once again, a team that was responsible for, I guess, maintaining nuclear arsenal, which I find to be, yeah, wonderful. Did you know Trump is the first president in modern history to serve 3 terms? His second term was pretty good. I mean, he is talking about having a 3rd term, and ironically, he's talking about being president for longer than this term, if he lives long enough. Killing regulations, a real victory for those they were meant to protect. True. A real victory. Didn't he kill regulation over stuff like there being no feces in your drinking water? Trump has the lowest approval rating for his first 100 days of any president in the last 80 years. Yeah, I know. I think he's like in the 30s or lower. I think he dipped below 30% approval rating, if I'm not mistaken, or something like that. Let's just check. Donald Trump approval rating. Why does everyone love him then? Well, apparently not. Apparently everybody does not love him. I don't wanna. Trump, 100 days. Like, you can say that everyone loves him, but the data speaks a different story. Vice President Donald Trump has celebrated the 100th day of his second term in office with a campaign-style speech touting his achievements and targeting political foes. At his rally, Trump also said opinion polls indicating his popularity had slipped were fake. Data, quote unquote. They don't? What planet are you on? The cope. According to the Gallup, Trump is the only post-World War II president to have less than half the public support after 100 days in office, with an approval rating of 44%. But the majority of Republican voters still firmly back the president, and the rival Democratic Party is also struggling in polling. The Democratic National Committee, DNC, said Trump's first 100 days were a colossal failure. Trump is to blame for the fact that life is more expensive, it's harder to retire, and the Trump recession is at our doorstep, the DNC said. I actually go outside. Don't just take what you see online as truth. Translation: I believe anecdotal evidence from my Trump supporter buddies as... my Trump supporter buddies like Trump, therefore that means that the entire country loves him. Thank you, Jack, don't do it for this. Deep insight into the American voter. Lucy, if you claim Trump is so disliked, why don't you beat him in an election? True. I couldn't do that. That must mean something. Trump conducted his own informal poll in Tuesday's remarks, asking the crowd for their favorite Biden nicknames. He also mocked his Democratic predecessor's mental agility and even how he appears in a swimsuit, while continuing to insist he was the real victor of the 2020 election, which he lost. Other targets of his ire included Jerome Powell, head of the U.S. Central Bank, whom the president said was not doing a good job, which created total chaos in the, and the, Trump touted prowess. The feces really made the taste. True. Unregulate everything. I'm sorry, Trump won the 2020 election and was the president during that term. Mind providing some proof he wasn't? I cannot. I should go outside and ask people. Trump touted progress on immigration. Encounters at the southern border have plummeted to just over 7,000, down from 130,000 in March of last year. Okay, so yes, the whole I'm super popular is false, okay?
Now our second term, and I don't know why. It was so important to win because they used to say, the fake news, to be a great president, you have to serve 2 terms. So now we're going to serve 2 terms. Now they've taken that one. Cross. Right? Right, Dr. Oz? Cross that one off. Cross that one off. No, they say it all the time. When I was out, they said...
What?
They go... Thank you.
Wow. My president, I believe him.
Thank you. Sure. But we've ended the radical left. Well, we actually already served 3, but if you count. But remember.
What? I guess Moho Trump agrees with you somehow. Also, we ended the left? We have ended the left. Oh boy.
I like the victories. I like the 3 victories, which we absolutely had. I just don't like the results of the middle term, the results. I don't want those results, John. I don't want those results. What results? What a disgrace. If we would have had this group for another year, we wouldn't have a country left. I really mean it. I don't think we would have had a country left. And now we're respected all over the world.
Yeah, what a joke. Yeah, especially by China, huh? Trump's being respected all over the world completely, Wow.
They're coming from all over the world to see you, President. They're coming from India. They're coming from France. They're coming from Spain.
You're gonna list China?
And they're coming from China too, yeah.
Yeah. To gloat over this fiasco of a tariff war that you had with them.
They're coming from China. They're coming from all over the world to see you, President. They want to make a deal. They want to make a deal. And you know...
They want to make a deal. You were... That was embarrassing, okay? That was very embarrassing what happened between the US and China with the whole 145% tariff.
We'll make deals, but we don't have to. We are the ones that have the product. We are the ones at the United States. They want a piece of our product. We can just set the price, but I want to be respectful and I want to be nice. But if it takes too long, I'll just set a price. Say you.
What is he saying?
You could buy or you don't have to buy. We lost, think of this, we lost billions and billions of dollars a day. Billions, not millions, billions.
What is he talking about?
Dollars a day. And under Sleepy Joe Biden. What's better, Crooked Joe or Sleepy Joe? Ready? A poll, a free poll. Because these pollsters are so corrupt. This is a real poll. We're going to poll Crooked Joe or Sleepy Joe. Ready? What's a better name for us to call him?
You can look it up. I don't trust you, Jack. Don't do it. All fake news won't say it. Okay, I see. Let's Google it. China lowers tariff. Fake news won't say it though. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Hush, sweetie. The adults are talking. China is weighing tariff exceptions on some U.S. imports. U.S. Treasury Secretary says there is a path with China. Uh-oh. How embarrassing. China exports to U.S. plunge as tariffs hit, leading some experts to warn of product shortages. Oh, wait, hold on. What's this?
The tariff slowdown has begun. Bookings of container shipments from China to the U.S. are down nearly 50% compared to a year ago, according to shipment tracker Vizion. In tonight's In-Depth, CBS's Carter Evans goes to the country's busiest port to see the economic impact at the loading dock and on small business shelves.
Still buzzing with activity for now, the busiest port in the Western Hemisphere is bracing for a dramatic slowdown, according to Gene Soroka, Executive Director of the Port of LA.
What do you anticipate happening over the next couple of weeks?
In 2 weeks' time, Carter, we'll see a drop on our import side of the business by about a third. And it could be as much as 40% the week to follow. Most American importers are saying that they're stopping shipments out of China because they simply weren't going to pay 2.5 times the cost of the goods.
With a 145% tariff, a container of Chinese goods worth $100,000 would now cost importers an extra $145,000.
With information coming out of Washington seemingly by the hour, it's tough to get a line of sight on what's next. So it's stop, pause, and wait.
So what is that going to do to the supply chain?
From the retail perspective, inventory on hand right now in the United States will last for about 6 to 8 weeks. After that, shelves will be bare. We won't be able to buy as much online.
All of these games come from China.
At the Game Chest,
Whoops.
owner Mariam Ahamami has been stockpiling toys and games that arrived before the tariffs.
So I'm buying what I think I'll sell between now and September.
You sound like a hoarder.
I feel like a hoarder. If you've seen my stores, you would see the hoarding.
Oh my gosh. Wow. That is so good for the American people.
In the back rooms.
To pay for it, she maxed out credit cards and loans for $500,000 in goods that will hopefully keep her in business through the summer.
I have
Rice and beans, Lucy, rice and beans.
50 employees,
50.
and they depend on me for their paycheck.
And that's in jeopardy now?
It is in jeopardy.
80% of her merchandise comes from China, and board games are her biggest sellers.
I do imagine that our viewer is going to look and go, seems like you should be able to make a board game in the U.S.
It's true. It does look easy, but it's filled with lots and lots of different parts and pieces. And there's just not enough of manufacturing here to be able to do that successfully.
Uh-oh.
U.S. retailers usually need to place orders by June to have merchandise in time for the holiday shopping season. But at this point, even if the tariffs are reduced significantly,
It'll still take about 10 days to 2 weeks to get these ships back in line over in China. Then it's a 2-week trip here to LA.
Beautiful. Yeah, China's bending the knee clearly. Oh my God, how embarrassing. That is such an embarrassment. And American people are, of course, suffering for Trump's idiocy.
We're starting to cut it pretty
Who
close
would have
with respect
predicted?
to inventory in the U.S.
So we might see some empty shelves even if the tariffs are brought down in the next couple of weeks.
We're running out of time on that. And if we have fewer items to select from, that's going to put a pinch on the American buyer.
for now, goods and economic certainty are in short supply.
Wow, wow, wow.
Sleepy Joe?
Yeah, who cares about fresh fruit? Who cares about board games? Who cares about this? Who cares about that? Yeah, the America is the greatest country in the world, isn't it? Chuck, don't do it. Bravo. Well done. Amazing. Oh, those businesses depend on those board games because they sell them. Oh, screw small U.S. businesses. Let them go bust. Let them go bankrupt. Let them eat cake. Because I should buy some seeds and start on that garden I've been thinking about. Maybe you should. Hello, Vezon1121. Are you new to this stream? How did you find this stream? I always ask this of new viewers. Because I'm building an audience, as you can see. Should I introduce myself to my new viewer? But yeah, basically, I've said this before, I'll say it again. Trump voters will just do it over and over again. Who cares about this? Who cares about that? Who cares about American business? Who cares about American people? Who cares about fruit? Who cares about manufacturing? Who cares about anything, really? Nothing matters. I'm on Sunday's Discord. Oh, a President Sunday viewer. Welcome. Do you know who I am, or do I have to introduce myself to you?
Crooked Joe.
Beautiful. Classy. An introduction would be nice. Okay. I'm Lucy Hadze. I live in Poland. I am the biggest Polish Jewish trans political streamer. I cover politics, like this little speech. I do history. I'm a little bit of a history nerd. I do languages. Sometimes I also draw art on stream. And I cover the war that is happening in Ukraine, the neighbor of the country that I live in. I pretty regularly go to Ukraine to talk to organizations that rescue children that were kidnapped by Russia. And I guess that's it. What do you think of the stream so far? How do you feel about that? I'm gonna go to the toilet. I'm gonna give you a chance to gather your thoughts and so far so good. Excellent. I'm gonna be back. I hope I'll see you again. I hope you're not just someone. Oh, I have a doggy as well. I have a pupper. If you like German shepherds with long hair, then my stream is for you. Gdzie on poszedł?
Gdzie ty poszłeś w góry, Łosiu? Gdzie ty poszłeś w góry, Łosiu? Gdzie ty poszłeś
He's here with me now. My doggy is here with me now. Hello. Can we see the... If he comes to me, then yes, I will show him. Oh, he is here. Okay, I can show him. Hold on. If he stays here, I will show him. Okay, I'll show him for a bit. Look. I'm not sure if you can see him necessarily. Oh. Hush. Hush, hush, hush. Yeah. Whew. Yeah, usually you can see him more when I do stuff during the day. Oh. Huh. All right, let's continue watching. Oh yeah, that is the perfect opportunity for me to say that if you like what I do, if you like what you see, then consider supporting your favorite streamer who is hopefully me, okay, at this point. And then I'll be able to use that money for good causes, the nice little projects that I do. It's gonna be great, cool. It's gonna be coolest thing ever in the history of the world, as Trump would say. It's gonna be the most amazing thing in the history of the world, the likes of which you have never seen, the likes of which you would not even believe how incredible.
I'm not surprised this happens. I sort of loved Sleepy Joe, you know, just had a nice ring to it. Because he had one ability I didn't have. He
Sleeping?
goes to the beach, right?
What?
And he could fall asleep on a cottage drooling out of the side of his mouth. And he'd be sleeping within minutes, carrying the aluminum chair, you know, the kind that's meant for old people and children to carry. It weighs like about 4 ounces. And he couldn't get his feet out of the...
Did you hear that one person? Ha ha ha! Jesus Christ, people are so... It's just spectacle. I hate this so much. I hate that serious politics is just... It's just spectacle for the masses. Nothing matters. It's just bread and the Colosseum.
And he'd sleep, he'd fall in this thing, and with it, and he'd have, you know, he's president, so you'd have cameras. He'd be in a bathing suit. Somebody convinced him that he looks great in a bathing suit. He's 82 years old. Cary Grant didn't look great in a bathing suit when he was 82. You don't look great. You know, at some point you have other assets, okay? But that's not right.
What the hell?
He'd walk in the sand.
President Trump now speaking about his predecessor, but of course, before doing so, Joe, we were hearing from him on tariffs or the idea that trade deals could materialize as he speaks live in Michigan, and we're taking it here on Bloomberg TV and radio. They're coming from all over the world. He says they want to make a deal, but the president's suggesting we'll make deals, but we don't have to. And if it takes too long, he says he'll just set a price.
That's right. Talking about the Fed as well, he says you're not supposed to criticize the Fed. You're supposed to let them do their own thing, but I know much more than he does about interest rates, referring to Jay Powell. Believe me, core inflation, he says, has reached the lowest rate in in 4 years. We want to bring in Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Sheehan Zaino, our Democratic analyst, for more on this, joined by Lonnie Chen, fellow American public policy scholar. Jeannie, it's great to have you here. I just wonder your thoughts on what you're hearing so far and how this has been framed. Lonnie, it's good to see you as well. The president is seizing on economic issues, and it's coming just days after. I realize we heard about the border as well, but when you look at the signage in the room and the thrust of this speech, he's speaking to the issues that have been polling in a pretty weak way for him, showing approval ratings on the way he's handling the economy and tariffs underwater. What do you make of your approach tonight?
You know, I'm sitting here listening, and the reality is that you can hear with his constant attacks on the pollsters that he is well aware that he is underwater now on the economy, that his support and approval in terms of his handling of the economy has dropped in this last 100 days. And that's why he's attacking the pollsters. And I think he's really missing an important opportunity. This is his first time on the road since he became president, his first big rally in a swing state, to explain to the American public this thing that he cares so deeply about, which is tariffs. He reiterated again to these interviewers in the last few days. He is deeply committed to this tariff regime. Tell us why. Tell us what the goal is. Tell us how long the pain is going to go forward. Tell us if there's a threshold, a time at which there's a red line that you'll pull back. She's missing that opportunity and spending a good amount of time attacking the Democrats, relitigating the 2024 election, and so on and so forth. So to me, I think he is missing an important opportunity to grab the bully pulpit and pull independents and moderates and people who voted for him, who are now frustrated and telling pollsters that, along with him, for this tariff regime in particular.
Well, Lonnie, chime in here, because before he got to the subject of tariffs, he spent a good deal of time, in fact, brought a video to highlight his efforts on immigration and the border. Is that actually the strongest argument he's able to make to this crowd and the American people 100 days in?
Well, if you look at the public opinion survey research so far, it is immigration as the issue where the president is earning the highest marks.
Number one on the wall, Lucy, doesn't look good. Well, you know, it happens. It happens.
Tonight was to make the case that the administration has moved on the two issues that I think Americans elected Donald Trump to deal with. One was the border, and the second was the economy. Now, obviously, there's a lot of ancillary stuff that comes with any President Trump speech, but that is really the core of the argument he's trying to make, for example, on prices, that they've done things to address the issues that Americans care about. And I think they're trying to respond in some ways to a critique that they haven't said enough about prices and that they haven't said enough about...
Well, Naif said a lot about prices, inaccurate things. So let's see what because this is happening during the
border. So this is in some ways a valedictory speech. This is an opportunity for the president to make the case. And whether he makes it successfully or not, we'll see if the numbers reflect some improvement. There's no question that the numbers we've seen over the last, let's say, week to 10 days in particular, have indicated a softening of support amongst particularly independent voters. I don't think the White House particularly cares all that much, but we'll have to see
no, it does not.
Whether and if that impacts the president's behavior going forward.
Well, the president right now is talking about auto tariffs, so let's listen back live to his rally in Michigan here on Bloomberg TV and radio.
But just in case we can't get everything in time, we gave them a little bit, so it's 15% of the parts and then it's 10% of the parts. We give them a little time before we slaughter them if they don't do this. Right.
What?
They're going to make so much money. They're going to have so many jobs. No, but jobs are way up. Jobs are way up. We're pleased to be joined tonight by Brian Panebecker. Do you know who that is? Of the auto workers for Trump. And Brian is a union guy, loves the unions, loves everything, but he knew that Trump was right. Brian, come up here, Brian. I got to see Brian. Look at the arms in this guy. Look at the arms. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor to be here on your 100th day in office of your second term.
What the? Who is this guy?
I just want to remind you of something.
Wait, who is this?
in this guy. Brian, come up. Guy loves the union. Auto workers for Trump. And Brian is a union guy, loves the unions, loves everything. For Trump, Brian, jobs are way up. We're pleased to be joined tonight by Brian Panebecker. Do you know who that is? Of the auto workers for Trump. And Brian is a union guy, loves the union.
No, he's like just auto worker. Oh.
He loves everything, but he knew that Trump was right. Brian, come up here, Brian. I got to see Brian. Look at the arms in this guy. Look at the arms.
I love barely contained fascist homoeroticism. Big arms, Brian. I mean, I think Brian knows he advanced or he's a pro.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a great honor to be here on your 100th day in office of your second term. And I just want to remind you of something I told you at one of your last rallies before the election.
President Trump, of course, now giving the podium over to someone else as we consider his move today, which he was just speaking about, signing executive action to provide some relief to automakers, specifically when it comes to tariffs. We saw that reaction in the markets today, and we want to get more on the markets now as futures have been open for just about 45 minutes. Bloomberg's Romaine Bostick is still live with us from New York. Romaine, what are you seeing?
Yeah, modest losses right now in U.S. equity futures. In fact, the main equity future that tracks the S&P 500 only down about 0.1%. A little bit more weakness when it comes to the NASDAQ, down about 0.3%. It's not really clear if any of those moves are directly tied to anything Trump said. Remember, there were some relatively negative earnings reports that came out after the close of trading today, and that could be putting downward pressure on some of those numbers. We did see a flip in the dollar, which was relatively strong earlier in the session.
Wait. One moment, please. My dog is acting up again. He woke up and he's acting up again. Must be weird to be talking on the podium without a hood. I know. Why can you hear him?
Chodź, łobuzie? Łobuzillo? Łobuzillo? Chodź, Żulu, chodź do mnie, Żulu. No co, no chodź. Chodź. No chodź.
I was like digging in the floor. What are you doing? Now he's looking at me. See, the problem is your dog only knows English. O, przyszedł, chodź do mnie, łobuzie. O. No co? What is he doing? Co on robi? Chodź. Chodź. My grandma used to ask me, що ти chodzisz? And I got in her way. Co ty robisz?
Łobuzillo? Żulu. Jesteś moim szefem? Jesteś moim landlordem? No chodź. robisz?
Yeah, I figured that out because it sounds similar to Polish. Co ty robisz? Okay, let's continue.
And that did flip to modest losses, but again, no direct correlation to what Trump is saying. I do just want to address a few things that he did say on stage there about economic conditions, because the market, to a large extent, is kind of waiting to see more hard data on those economic conditions.
Hard data.
Them tomorrow, Kaylee, a GDP report scheduled to be released at 8:30 a.m. Washington time that economists, at least those.
Including the word hello also means what do you want? And I think that's beautiful. I mean, in Poland, often there's no hello, there's what do you want? Just double checking to make sure my grandma didn't think I was a dog. Apparently, people in Poland own more dogs than any other country in Europe. Just saying.
Surveyed by Bloomberg expect to actually show contraction. That means that the economy was in decline, at least for one quarter. We're also expected to get a non-farm payrolls report, jobs numbers on this Friday that is also expected to show.
Oh my God, he started digging again. Chodź tu, chodź. What is he doing? Chodź. Chodź, łobuzie, no. Chodź. Chodź. I have a few more topics that I want to cover. So, let me do my job of a political commentator. Let me be a political commentator. And all to China support the tariffs. Maybe my dog is a Trump voter. He just hates my guts. Like I'm gonna make noise so that you cannot spread your fake news. My dog is a hardcore Trumper. See, he raised his head and looked at me when I said it. And I said my dog's a Trumper. He was like, looked at me. No co? I was whimpering in my direction. Maybe I insulted his feelings when I said that he was a Trumper. I insulted his emotions. Hold on.
No chodź, łobuzie, chodź. No co jest, no co? No co? Co ci jest, co? Co jest, łobuzie? No chodź. No co? No co, źle się czujesz? Co się dzieje, co? No co, taki smutny jesteś? Chodź. No chodź. No co? Źle się czujesz?
Ow! Gosh, don't... Yeah. Oh, the dog says he thinks life was better under the Polish People's Republic. Oh my God. He's not that old. My dog is 8 months old. I don't think he remembers the Polish People's Republic. Hello, John the Brazen. You're being very brazen by saying stuff like that. It's very brazen of you to say. I would say.
Decline from the previous month here. So when we start to talk about what the
Soup.
market is focused on, the rhetoric that you're hearing there on stage, it may certainly fire up the base. It may certainly get voters out to the polls. But when it comes to those folks in this market, in the equity market, in the fixed income market, and the FX market, it still comes down to fundamentals. The fundamentals of corporate America and the fundamentals of the economy. And we're going to learn a lot about that over the next few days and weeks.
As we at last get some hard data here, Romaine, you wonder if the market continues to trade on every word that comes from President Trump's mouth. The first 100 days, I think we can argue, Donald Trump was the market. Is the next 100 days the same?
I think so. I mean, Bloomberg has interviewed several people. Bob Elliott, who used to work at Bridgewater, several other folks, prominent folks in the Wall Street community. And really, the message was kind of consistent, Joe. It was the idea that right now, this is a market that is being driven more by policy and specifically policy proposals, if you will. And that will drive the market. The only time that we're going to get stability, if you believe what they have to say, is when we start to see more concrete policy proposals turn into actual concrete policy action.
Don't accept that. Don't expect that from Trump, okay? Concrete policy. Come on.
And
How
again,
silly.
When I talk policy, I'm not necessarily talking about immigration and some of the other things that Trump is talking about today, but more of those economic policies. That's what the market wants to see. They want to see tax cuts. They want to see a budget bill pass. They want to see more attention on deregulation and some of the pro-business things that a lot of folks...
Oh yeah, I wanna talk about deregulation briefly, by the way. I wanna talk about deregulation briefly. Okay? Trump deregulation clean water. Okay, let's talk about that for a second. Trump and conservatives lead attack on clean water. Uh-oh, Rolling Stone. Looks like this is the famed deregulation that we all should love. The president, the Supreme Court, and Republicans in Congress are limiting clean water regulations and protecting polluters. I'm not gonna go with this. Rolling Stones is paywalled. The UK is already way ahead of him. We have shit in our water. Oh my god. Virginia Conservation Network. Trump administration repeals crucial Clean Water Rule Act. On September 19, 2019, the Trump administration officially repealed Clean Water. That was a long time ago. Let's go with new news. ABC News. These are the biggest anti-environment policies enacted. Trump administration pursues deregulation in a trio of orders. My goodness. But I want to know about the water in particular. Environmental lawyers get ready to pounce on Trump's. It's become a bit of an issue. We have the most polluted rivers in Western Europe, apparently. Whoops. Uh-oh. Administration moves to rapidly slash regulations through new executive orders. EPA opens doors to exemptions for air water rules while formally undertakes the regulation process. Environmental groups ready to launch legal defense of clean air water rules. People were told to boil their water in Bournemouth because they had parasites in their water. Bournemouth. Actually, I think I've been there. US environmental groups say that they are hiring lawyers and preparing for a major legal showdown with President Donald Trump's administration over its rapid-fire and sweeping efforts to sidestep federal regulations on oil, gas, and coal development. The preparations will pose a test for the Trump administration's strategy since January of relying mainly on emergency authorities and executive orders to slash what it views as obstructions to a surge in fossil fuel energy production. This is beautiful, isn't it? I've never been so lucky. I've never touched their tap water. Who cares? The UK is literally going to block the sun and save humanity, or send us into an ice. What? Huh? Okay, Jack, don't do it. You're okay.
And Wall Street embrace President, at least candidate Trump, when he was on the trail over the last couple of years. But of course, over these first 100 days, he's been much more focused on other things that, at least for right now, seem to be working against this market.
All right, Romain Bostic with his eyes on futures this evening. Any reaction that we get from this speech? We thank you, Romain, at World Headquarters in New York. Back with us, Bloomberg Politics contributor Jeannie Sheehan Zaino. Jeannie, there's a real question here about where we're going in the next 100 days. As we're just hearing from Romain, this was a market that was jostled and beaten down on many days of the start of this administration, to the point where people were asking if Donald Trump cared about the stock market anymore. He was just talking about the Fed. He said, you're supposed to let him do his own thing, referring to Jay Powell, but I know much more than he does about interest rates. Does that approach soothe the market as we look into the second quarter?
You know, no, that kind of language is not going to soothe the market. And this is typical Donald Trump. The reality is, and we heard him step back from the criticisms of Powell the other day, but he seems to be stepping a little in the other direction as he does.
The stock market went crazy after his comments.
Hey, that's problematic for the market, and it's problematic for Donald Trump.
Scotland is pretty cool, actually.
The fact is, the next 100 days, the focus is going to be, number one, on what he does about this tariff regime, and number two, what happens in Congress. Because so far, what the president has pursued is the most troubling and difficult part of his economic agenda, which is these tariffs, these taxes. If he isn't able to get Congress to approve the other part of his plan, which is much more to the liking of many people, deregulation, making sure to extend the 2017 tax cuts, maybe cutting the deficit, whatever they can get through reconciliation if it passes. If he doesn't get to those goodies, he's going to have a real problem on his hands, as will the American public and the market. So I think that's the next 100 days. And that's why, to me, this seems like a real miss. It may be attractive to the base to go out there and talk about, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, but that's very much about the past and what's happened in 2024. People are worried about what's happening now, and that is what Donald Trump is responsible for leading and explaining. So he's really got to grab the bully pulpit and do his job as president and tell us what he's going to do going forward to address the concerns that people have about what he's done in the last 100 days.
Well, the president seemed to be just trying to make it clear that he is hearing the concerns of automakers, which is why he said he's providing them a little bit of flexibility with the executive order he just signed, a suggestion that automakers would be slaughtered if production were not onshored. But that's not all we'd heard pertaining to the auto space or the purchase of cars, Lonnie. And this goes back to the point Jeannie was just making about needing Congress for a lot of the
let's continue.
Company overnight, they were ready to close. They came to me with tears. $1 billion a day on trade. And 40 Wall Street, anybody? You want? Wow. That's
an investment coming in from
finished trade deals.
I wanna.
Oh, there is fatigue, no doubt about it, and I think that's really sort of a global sentiment, right? But it's interesting, as we head into this 100 days, we've now seen Asia-Pacific stocks pretty much reversing all of the losses that we've seen since that Rose Garden tariff announcement initially. But of course, there is this underscored sense of fragility when it comes to these negotiations.
I want to hear about Ukraine.
Peace program if you have to drop $1 billion machine into the water every time you fly, you have to save those suckers. So those leave and fortune, and we paid nothing. We got Mexico to turn over 29. Oh, and how about that? You like that? And they did nothing to the people that took over Portland and took over Seattle. They literally.
So, you know, the number of.
We consider box CEOs told him. So he's.
God, speed running the misinformation.
People to see the things this administration.
So we want to preserve Medicaid for the most vulnerable, for our kids. Plant the flag on the planet Mars. That's going to have pride, nation once more, and our magnificent.
Hour and a half being closed out here by YMCA playing at his.
Making his way.
I guess no foreign policy speak. I guess.
Office talking about investments coming into the U.S.
I guess no talking about foreign policy. Oh well. I guess none of that. Interesting. Okay, let's cover a few topics, shall we? At least a few. 1 or 2 topics, what do you say? Does that sound like a good idea to cover a few topics? Let me see. That one's gonna be near and dear to my heart. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna give you the perspective of the Polish media. Do you like to see the perspective of the Polish media? I'm gonna show you an article of the Polish media on war in Ukraine. You're gonna see how Poland reports on these things. Okay, excited? Let's see if I have the full thing. Yep, it's not that long. We're gonna be discussing a bit. We're gonna be analyzing. You're gonna see how, you're gonna get a glimpse as to how Poland approaches the topic with its coverage. Nice. So we're gonna be talking about the war, and we're gonna see it through a Polish lens, which probably is not something that many English speakers and Western country people have access to in general. Well, people have access, but usually it's in Polish, so. So, that is from the 29th, which is from, well, yesterday, right now. Vladimir Putin did not agree to US proposal about freezing the war at the front, along the front line, and still insists on maximal territorial concessions from Ukraine, says Bloomberg. According to Bloomberg, once again, Vladimir Putin wants to gain control over the 4 oblasts, Donetsk, Luhansk, Kherson, and Zaporizhia, within their administrative borders, which means their entirety, even though Russia does not fully control any of these areas. The Russian army does not fully control any of those oblasts. Steve Witkoff in Moscow. What did the talks bring? What did the talks with Vladimir Putin bring? The special representative, the special envoy of Donald Trump, Steve Witkoff, has tried to persuade Putin to a ceasefire along the current front line, and well, he has failed. He has talked to Putin on the 25th in the Kremlin, and of course predictably those talks has not given the predictable results, because I would like to remind you that the US has been floating around the idea that if the talks don't move forward, then the United States will just step away from the negotiations altogether, which just gives further incentive for Russia not to agree to anything. That just makes it perfectly plausible for Russia. It just makes sense for Russia to try to stall for as long as possible and to wait the United States out, for it to just abandon Ukraine. The negotiations have found themselves at an impasse. Wow, what a shock. And in order to get in order to facilitate any progress, a meeting between Trump and Putin might be necessary, said one of the informers from Bloomberg. European office workers have also talked with the Bloomberg, and there don't seem to be many signs that Putin will withdraw from his plans and will agree to US proposals, which makes sense considering that the US has stated, several US officials, including Trump, have basically said, if we don't get what we want soon, we might just get out of the whole situation. So the European officials, I guess, have said that the negotiations are continuing and the situation might change. And the next 2 weeks might be deciding. We will see if the US is going to be able to persuade Putin to come to any sort of an agreement, ceasefire or any other agreement, or will the US decide to put more pressure on Russia? I doubt it. Or will the US completely remove itself from the negotiation, which seems to be a bigger and bigger possibility as we are moving forward. It seems like it just seems like the whole negotiation thing might end in a fiasco. From I'm gonna end the war in 24 hours, I'm gonna end the war before taking office, I'm gonna end the war right as I take office, I'm gonna end it in half a year, I'm gonna end it in 100 years, I'm gonna facilitate a ceasefire, I'm gonna facilitate a partial ceasefire, I'm gonna facilitate positive results, to I'm getting impatient, to I might just withdraw the US from the negotiations altogether. Donald Trump disappointed more and more with both Putin and Zelensky, because obviously they're both like equally to blame for the whole situation. Oh wait, no, never mind. Donald Trump actually doesn't think they're both equally to blame. Actually, Donald Trump thinks Zelensky is more to blame for the invasion. He actually thinks that Zelensky started the war. So there we go. The White House was counting on reaching a full... the US was counting on reaching a full ceasefire or even peace till the end of this month, April. And even though the US has conceded a lot of things to Putin, which was a huge mistake in my opinion, during the first 100 days of Trump's term, he managed to only secure a very short-lived ceasefire, which was broken Trump is more and more disappointed with Putin as well as Volodymyr Zelensky, told the representative of the White House, Caroline Leavitt. The Trump administration might just remove itself from mediation altogether if Russia and Ukraine will not make any progress, said Marco Rubio. It must happen soon, he stressed. We cannot just keep wasting time and resources for these efforts if they don't bring results. So, in other words, we have failed, we screwed up, we're just gonna flip the table and leave. We're just gonna flip the table and leave, which in practice equals we're gonna abandon Ukraine. Not to mention the fact that there's been news of Trump blocking aid from other countries, not just like the US is not, in the meantime, is not approving any new aid, and the US is blocking actively Australia handing over Abrams tanks to Ukraine. So we are seeing an abandonment of the country in the middle of negotiation because Trump is an incompetent buffoon. The art of the deal is a complete joke, and we are heading towards a disaster in the war-torn Ukraine. Beautiful. Just beautiful. In the meantime, however, if I can bring some levity to the situation, there is other news. Like, for example, the fact that journalists are being kidnapped and mutilated by Russia because they dare investigate Russian war crimes. If you're a journalist in Ukraine, if you're a journalist in that part of the world, you are a target. The body of a Ukrainian journalist who died in Russian captivity has been found missing several internal organs. So there were signs of torture, and who knows, who knows if the organs were not stolen to be used in some sort of, who knows. Which may have been deliberately removed to conceal signs of torture or obscure the real cause of death, a Ukrainian investigation has revealed. I keep myself to pretty safe areas, but thank you. Victoria Roshchina, 27, very young, okay? That's pretty young. Was captured by Russian forces in August 2023 while reporting from Enerhodar, a Russian-occupied city in Ukraine's southeastern Zaporizhia region. At the time of her detention, Roshchina worked as a freelance journalist for Ukraine's online media outlet Ukrainska Pravda, and had entered the occupied territory to cover the war firsthand. Moscow confirmed her detention in May 2024. So yeah, you're a target basically if you're a journalist. And not just for detention. Russia also regularly shoots at journalists as well as medical workers, by the way. Like the media thing that is supposed to protect journalists from being attacked is more like a hit me sign. I'm pretty sure that some journalists were even asked to take off the whole press thing because that actually, instead of lowering the chances of being attacked, increases those chances. She was expected to be included in a prisoner exchange scheduled for September 2024. However, Russian authorities later admitted she had died in custody on September 19. Last week, Kyiv confirmed that Moscow had transferred Roshchina's remains during the prisoner exchange in February, but the news of the body's return had not been disclosed at the time due to uncertainty about the victim's identity. The body had been falsely identified in Russian documents as an unidentified male, but a forensic examination in Ukraine confirmed it was female. Later, DNA testing matched it to Roshchina with 99% certainty. Several organs missing. On Tuesday, Ukrainska Pravda reported, citing the investigative team conducting an inquiry into Roshchina's death, that her body showed evidence of an autopsy conducted in Russia before it was returned to Ukraine. The longer the war is going, the more I see why you want boots on the ground to stop this. I mean, I think Poland should do it, but no European country has the guts to do anything like that. So, unfortunately, that is the reality of the situation. But hey, if you want to help me with my little projects that I am doing, if you want to support, then consider donating or subscribing. Thank you. During the examination, it was discovered that the body was missing several internal organs, including the brain. The brain? What? Hold on. The brain? Eyeballs and part of the trachea. Why? An international forensic pathologist told Ukrainska Pravda that these organs may have been deliberately removed to conceal signs of torture or fabricate the official cause of death, which experts believe could have been strangulation or suffocation. Of course. Although her body was marked with the Russian abbreviation SPAS, which stands for cumulative damage to the arteries of the heart, the condition of the remains has made it difficult to determine the exact cause of death. Signs of abuse. Speaking to Ukrainska Pravda, Yuri Belousov, head of the War Crimes Department at the Ukrainian Prosecutor General's office, said that numerous signs of torture were also found on Roshchina's body, including abrasions, bruises, and a broken rib. He added that experts also believe that the journalist may have been subjected to electric shocks. 27, huh? The bodily injuries were inflicted during her lifetime. Therefore, there is a high probability that torture was applied to her, Belousov said. Earlier, the Media Initiative for Human Rights, a Ukrainian NGO, reported that Roshchina was held in at least 2 Russian prisons notorious for the use of torture against detainees. The penal colony number 77 in Berdyansk in occupied Ukraine, and the detention center in Taganrog, southwestern Russia. So there you go. While the US is disappointed in Trump, and while Trump is just very disappointed in Putin and Zelensky equally, Russia is busy kidnapping, torturing, and removing eyeballs and brains of murdered journalists. What a day, what a time to be, amazing. What an ally the US is proving to be to Ukraine. I am so happy that Ukraine has such strong and reliable allies. Makes me so happy. I'm pretty sure that this kidnapped journalist was investigating people disappearing in the occupied territories, by the way. That was the investigation that had cost her her life. After all, America supports Israel and they also don't mind killing journalists. Yes, that's true. That is true. When a country starts murdering journalists, that is a clear sign that it's just a perfect democratic beacon and that everything that is doing is completely justified. Yeah. So Hungary is blocking Ukraine's joining of the European Union, and now Hungary is blocking key sanctions to Ukraine. Maybe we'll do a stream during the day. I think we've covered a few topics. I feel like we've done a lot, so I will finish stream for now, and I will see you later, okay? Is that okay? Is it okay if I see you later, my dear alligators? What do you think? All good? All right, we've covered a few topics. I'm gonna see you. Bye bye. I send you love and solidarity as per usual. It's gonna be all great. Bye bye. Wait, we're gonna raid on YouTube into somebody. We're gonna raid into our favorite content creator. Oh no, wait. No, wait, we're gonna raid into VegCom. So say hello to VegCom, our favorite content creator, with whom I still have to do a collab or something. Alright, bye bye. Bye 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 bye. Bye bye.